that you got to do it by doing the right thing, you know, and I'm an advocate for, especially my young audience, to just simply rise above, just be the best version of yourself, be an ambassador, be a representative of your views, be Christian, you know, go out and be forgiving, be benevolent, return antipathy with kindness. Like, that's how we actually make the world better. I don't think we make the world better by becoming worse, you know, or resorting to lowering ourselves to the level of our enemy, our worst impulses.
Yeah,
that's kind of my message.
Well, I love that. I think that's a great message. Okay, there's a couple more things that I want to ask you. Mike, how long have we been going for? 2:40? Okay, you good to go a little longer? Sure. Okay, great. Okay, so I wanted to ask you a bit about, I want to ask you about Sneeko. Because you and him are kind of like the two guys I know in that world. Like, well, I don't know, in my conception of that world, whether this is accurate or not. And I know you guys have had like a little bit of a falling out. I haven't seen the whole thing.
Yeah.
But now, again, I don't know Sneeko super well, but I like the guy. He seems like I think I met him in person once, and then I've been on his show like a few times. But we text occasionally and stuff. He was one of the guys who's trying to connect me with Dan Blazarian. That didn't work out. But so like, I know that I don't know all the details of like your guys' friendship or falling out or any of that stuff. But it did, just because I know you both and I kind of like both of you. And I was just like, oh, that's almost like kind of a little bit of a bummer that you guys aren't friends. I thought you guys were boys. What happened? But I don't know. I guess maybe there's been more to it than what I know about. But are you guys cool? Are you not friends now?
I don't know. I don't know where we are right now. We're kind of off and on. We're always fighting. It's always over stupid personal stuff. And the latest thing is I was supposed to come out here, and I was going to do a collab with him, or at least I thought I was. But he doesn't want to collab with me because he doesn't want people to think he's taking my side over Dan and Jake. And I said, bro, I'm not even asking you to take my side. I said, let's just do a collab. But he doesn't want to alienate all his other friends. I said, well, ouch. Like, if you were, he was fighting with the Tates not too long ago.
I saw that.
Yeah, after the Club Accost. I would have went on his stream after that. So it always turns into something like this.
That was dirty, though, dude. I mean, what the Tate said to him was fucking dirty.
It was.
And I got just full disclosure on what did you call it? Club
Accost.
Club Accost? Okay, that's great. Club Accost. Okay, so here's, by the way, my entire take, which I believe I texted this to Sneeko the day after. I said something like, Adam from BBD and the Tates are being gigantic. Clubs are gay. Don't ever go to them again. The song is funny. Like, that was my take on the whole thing. It's like, I don't know what you're doing in a club, Nick Fuentes, but like, don't go to clubs, dude. Like, what are you doing? It's the worst place on earth. It's the dumbest. Listen, I didn't like clubs even when I was young. But whatever. I will say this. This is my perspective on it. I don't give a shit at all about playing the Kanye song. The fact that that's a controversy has got to be one of the dumbest controversies ever. Like, first of all, it's Kanye West. Like, I don't know. It's Kanye West. He's a fucking icon. Like, It's not like, well, also, the song is clearly hilarious. Yeah. Like, it's almost like, what world are you living in where you think, like, this was a real, like, I don't know. It's a hilarious song that is clearly, like, it's almost, it's the equivalent of, well, maybe you won't like this comparison, but it's the equivalent of, like, Marilyn Manson ripping the Bible on stage. And in some ways, there's something kind of interesting about it because you're kind of showing, no, this is the real religion. You know what I mean? Like, this is the real religion that you actually worship. So I'm just, like, tearing up your holy book because I believe it's bullshit, you know? So I thought that was crazy. Also, it's whatever. So I don't care. But there was something that I saw in the little bit of that stuff was when there was, like, it was, like, Andrew Tate and his guys, and they were, like, so from my perspective, I look at this, I look at you and Sneeko, who I like. I look at the Clav, who I don't believe is real. And I just go, you're young. I don't know. I don't fucking understand exactly what your culture is. It's a different culture than when I was young. But then I see these, like, 40-year-old guys there with you. First of all, 40-year-old guys being in a club at all is just the lamest thing in the world, if you ask me, my humble opinion. But then I literally see them like trying to school the 20-year-olds about how you should never listen to a woman? What are you doing having a conversation with them? And I actually, so just from my perspective, I don't give a shit about the Kanye song. I think that's pretty funny, actually. I think that is fucking disgusting, dude. I think it is fucking disgusting to be a man in your fucking 40s, a glorified pimp, essentially, and what you're imparting to the young guys is like, yeah, dude, we don't listen to these bitches. Like, what are you, 17, dude? This is how I talked when I was 17. Like, then you grow up and you're like, yeah, actually, I do listen to my wife. Yeah, like, we actually have conversations and stuff like that. I know, it's so cringe. It's gay, I know. But, like, listen, I know you're young and you don't have a wife and a family yet, you know? I hope you get one at some point. I also understand, like, your life is a particularly wild one, and so, okay, fair enough. I would still highly recommend it, because it's the best thing you'll ever do in your life, is, like, get married and have a family. But, like, there is something about, like, older men kind of, like, discouraging that in younger men that I do think is, like, profoundly wrong. Okay, so that's, whatever. That's my little rant on that. I thought it was really fucked up the way they threw Sneeko under the bus on Patrick Bet-David's show. No, I shouldn't say they. I guess it was just Andrew who was on the show, but then I think his brother did the same thing. Where you're like, dude, once you go there and do it, you just gotta own that you did that. You can't come back and go, well, I didn't think it was a good idea to play the thing. It was Sneeko who did it. And I just thought that was really fucked up. Like, either you're gonna all go down for the, not go down, no one's being affected by this, but either you're gonna all take the week-long controversy, or you're not. Or you can apologize, and you can, if you want it, if you feel like you did something wrong, you can. But, like, to throw the other guy under the bus, I thought that was fucked up.
Well, yeah, I would just say to Sneeko that he should just try unifying with them. I think he should, because that's, you know, when Dan Bilzerian called me a Fed, Sneeko texted me and said, you know, you just need to focus on unity. Charlie Kirk was a unifier, and that was his strength. So I'm going to say the same thing as Sneeko. I think he should just unite with Andrew Tate, and, you know, it's kind of his fault that Andrew attacked him, because he's looking for leadership. Sneeko needs to step up and be the leader.
All right, so you're
mocking being attacked.
Sneeko's hypocrisy or something here.
But about the club, here's what I will say about that. And about Andrew Tate in particular. You know, it is true, though, that there is just this epidemic of simping that's going on. That's the only reason.
No question.
Because, you know, as a Christian, I'm also in favor of having a family, and, you know, Christians are pro-woman on some level, I guess. You know, they're more pro-woman than, like, let's say pagans on some level. But, you know, they say that in an environment where all the women are whores, they all gaslight, all lie, and so men do need to kind of wisen up to this. So, you know, I do. And what's more about the club, I mean, the way it came together, we were all just hanging out, we were at this party, and we were like, wouldn't it be funny if we brought it to the club? Like, wouldn't, because it's like me, and I'm like
kind of hilarious,
autistic person, whatever. So like, we're gonna take him to the club for this first time. Fuck it, let's just go. And we went. And yeah, I hate the club. The club's like an evil place, satanic, like just destroy all clubs, den of whores. You know, like I really, you know. So yeah, I will not be returning. I don't see the appeal. I go. I don't get it. Or I went, I suppose. I don't get it. But I don't drink. I don't.
It's for dumb people. The club is for dumb people. Yeah. It's like meet someone without having to talk to them. You know what I mean? Like it's just it's inherently kind of like just like a weird sport. Like if you're at all a guy who, like even back in my single days, if you're a guy who like your game relies at all on like I'm gonna be witty or charming or funny or I'm gonna be interesting, then the club's the last place you want to be. Like the club's like I got nothing to say, but I got abs, so you want to like rock with me? I don't know. No, listen, I get the point. That there's no question, right, that there's an epidemic of simping. I completely agree with that. I guess part of this, and I think this is almost a generational thing too, is that I think about 90% of like the like, let me blow your mind with this take of the manosphere is what in my day was just common sense to all 15-year-olds. Yeah, you don't wife up a whore. We all knew that. Like, yeah. She's a hoe. Like she's for hooking up with. She's not for taking serious. Like you know what I mean. So like maybe this ancient wisdom has been lost, and it must be like given back to the young men. But like it doesn't. It's just like with all this shit, man. It doesn't have to be this cartoonish overcorrection where it's like therefore we should all be pimps. Like All right. I know. How about this? How about like, yeah, if a chick's done OnlyFans, don't be in a relationship with her. That's a deal breaker. She can't be a prostitute. Okay, yes. Again, I don't know, whenever Jesus was cool, you can forgive her. Don't marry her, okay? That's my advice. But also like the cartoonish I see this a lot with like the TradCon kind of thing, where it's like, you're not really doing the traditional thing. You're almost doing like a funhouse mirror version of the traditional thing. And I think that if you want to have a movement that's like pro-white and pro-traditional conservative values or things like that, it's like, okay, but they believed in things like chivalry and decency, and they would have never talked the way that you talk. Never, like, to a woman, they would have never talked that way. Now, look, it's a different time, it's a different age, different techniques are going to be necessary. But I just think the idea of like, I don't know, it really offended me. Like the idea of trying to convince young men to be like, yo, fuck all these bitches. It's like, why isn't it like, find a good woman? There are still good chicks out there. They're not all whores. There's good chicks out there, dude.
Sparingly few anymore. It's rough out. You don't know what it's like out there, Dave. You don't know
well, look, I mean, there is some degree of that.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's like out there.
The same thing with Tucker. It's like Tucker gave me shit for that, and it's like, bro, you married your high school sweetheart in like the 80s. Like, that's crazy. But
it's a fair point. Well, it's a fair point. I mean, I've been with my wife for a decade, about. We were married, it'll be 8 years this year, and we were dating for a couple of years before. So, like, I've been with her for like a decade. So, like, yeah, I have not been a single guy since kind of a different time. I had pre-Me Too, pre-Donald Trump, or the very beginning of Donald Trump, or whatever. Like, I don't know, it is a different culture, and I was not on dating apps, and Instagram wasn't a thing. And, like, believe me, I had not, even when I was in high school, like, even the slutty girls, I feel like never would have been like this. Like, the idea of, like, they would just, like, post pictures of their ass.
Yeah.
Was, like, that was not a reality in my... Like, you had to hook up with a girl to see her ass. Like, you didn't just get to... So, granted, it's a different world. I will say, I can understand you being, like, pissed off about Sneaker being like, oh, I don't want to, like, have you on the show. That seems like a strange position from him. But I also think that, like, I think he was done dirty in the club.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I just say that because I'm just trying to repay. I'm just trying to pay it forward, you know.
Fair
I do agree with you.
All right. There's a couple other things that I wanted to talk about. Okay. Venezuela. I think we really disagreed on this one.
Yeah.
So I was curious about that because I was surprised. Now I don't know exactly what your take was. I was like kind of told by people that you were for the war in Venezuela, and I was kind of surprised by that. So what is your position on that?
I'm all for it. I believe in the Monroe Doctrine. I believe in hemispheric defense, and I think it's legitimate. I think it was a low cost, low casualty, brief intervention that in the end is a huge strategic victory for a few reasons, which is we're going to be able to go in there, increase their oil output, and then take the oil. And then we also get Cuba to boot. John Ratcliffe was down there negotiating with them, and I think that's all legitimate. If we're fighting Iran, that's on the other side of the world, and they've been preparing for this war for 30 years. They got 190 million people. Venezuela, Cuba, that's our backyard, and that's where all our shipping occurs. Mexico's our number one trading partner. That's the Gulf of America, and Russia and China are spying on us there. China's building all this dual-use infrastructure in Latin America, the Caribbean. Russia has military partnerships with these countries. So I think that's one of the few instances where you can say that's legitimate use of American power.
Well, what is the connection to the Monroe Doctrine exactly? Because I see a lot of people invoking Donald Trump kept invoking it, but I don't really see how it's even consistent with the Monroe Doctrine. I mean, number one, there were two parts to the Monroe Doctrine. Everyone seems to forget the second. And the second part was that then we won't interfere over there. So we're certainly not following that part.
Right.
But the Monroe Doctrine essentially said that there can't be any more European colonies here. That you can't colonize any more of our hemisphere. There were already European colonies at the time. But they were like, no more. But that's a lot different than just... Maybe they do some business with some people we don't like, or maybe there's some, loose, I don't know, connection to a foreign power. That doesn't seem like the Monroe Doctrine said, we can invade any country, whatever. We can go to war with any country we want. because it's in our backyard. So I don't think that's exactly right. Also, but it's not like the Monroe Doctrine is a law. It's something a president said a long time ago. But I don't know. I don't think it's consistent. I would also add, if you're going to say Venezuela was low cost, I think you got to add the Iran war into that cost on some level. I think there's no question that the Venezuela strike being such a success is a big part of why Donald Trump was primed to be convinced that he could have another big success in Iran. And I think coming off that big success, it did seem to really encourage, I'm not trying to remove blame from anyone else, but it did seem to encourage him that, like, yeah, you can do this. You can be great. You can be tremendous and awesome with the military. I don't know. I guess when we said earlier, we were talking about the war in Iran, and I said, like, look, part of it's a moral issue for me. Just like, you can't be murdering people like this. How is it? And I don't like to be the guy. I'm not a Christian. I don't like when non-Christians like try to lecture Christians about Christianity or something. So I'm not like lecturing, but I guess I don't see, like, how is it consistent with Christianity to almost like, if you have a view, let's say, look, some people died in the war in Venezuela, or Cuban bodyguards or something. I don't know. Not that many people died, but some people died. And if it is like, let's say something's in our hemisphere, it's good for us. We could go kill them and take their shit, and then we'll have their shit. You get like how is that consistent with Christianity?
Yeah, well, can we get into the Monroe Doctrine stuff as well?
Sure, whatever you want. Yeah.
So, as far as the Monroe Doctrine is concerned, if you look at it, it has evolved over time, and it seems that it has evolved as America's become more powerful. When it was promulgated originally, we really had no navy, and so no ability to enforce it. And there was a corollary added to it in the late 19th century when we became the preeminent superpower in the Western Hemisphere that basically said, we are the sovereign of the Western Hemisphere. Our edict is the law. Like, whatever we say goes. So it is consistent with that. What's more, Venezuela and Cuba are effectively influenced from Russia and China in the same way that a colony from France or Britain would be in the 19th century, because they produce missiles, they have spying posts, it's like intelligence operation, they've got dual-use infrastructure. And so it does actually represent Chinese and Russian influence in our sphere of influence. So I would just say that. As far as the Christian angle is concerned, I don't think it's very clean, because in the era of strategic weapons and intelligence and all the modern technology, it gets a bit convoluted what constitutes national defense, because there's really is convoluted layers, as you know, of strategic thinking about nuclear weapons and how they're delivered, and then cyber weapons and intelligence agencies. So you could say, like, reasonably speaking, if Cuba has some kind of Russian-Chinese spying post on it in preparation for some future global war, it is theoretically in self-defense to try your best to neutralize that. Now, that doesn't give you carte blanche to go in and like, well, let's just kill everyone in Cuba, because we could do it. But I think within reason, you're able to conduct these kinds of extraordinary operations that are outside of what would be considered like a just war in the Middle Ages. Like, we're going to war with this kingdom because whatever. And in the case of Venezuela, it was so limited. So it's really, I wouldn't even call it a war, even a military operation. We just extradited one person who happened to be running a country that is a criminal enterprise. Venezuela is a socialist dictatorship, and arguably they are like a criminal regime. Socialism's against the Catholic Church.
So what makes it criminal? From my perspective, they're all criminal regimes. But yeah, so but like, well, I mean, it's a different. Some are worse than others. But like, what makes them a criminal regime?
Like, they make money off of kidnapping is huge there. Like, people get kidnapped all the time and pay to release the hostages.
You know what I mean? You mentioned dictatorship, but you don't believe in democracy. So like that, I don't say dictatorship to me wouldn't seem like that would be a bridge too far for Nick Fuentes.
But there's good dictatorships and bad dictatorships. Okay. Point being is, like, if you want to use the moral angle, it's not like this was some kind of like decent humanitarian regime. Like, this was
I agree. Listen,
corrupt regime.
I'm the libertarian, so you've got me convinced. I am no fan of like the Maduro regime or the Chavez regime or anything like that. I guess like the updated just war theory that you just laid out just seems to me to be vague enough for the Israel lobby to drive 10 wars through. Like this, that, well, they're in connection with another country. They could, I mean, the nuclear issue is not an issue with Venezuela or Cuba. Mm-hmm. I mean, to me, I think Donald Trump has celebrated how wonderful this is, claimed it was a regime change, claimed we're in control of the oil now. Now, of course, for other factors, but Americans have only seen an increase in oil costs since then. what seems to me to have been accomplished by the war is pretty brutal energy blockade of Cuba. I mean, this is a little island that's been destroyed by communism for many, many decades. They pose absolutely no threat to the United States of America in any reasonable way. The Soviets aren't bringing nuclear missiles to Cuba. They're trying to get a ship full of
It's a
oil.
Russian submarine off the coast.
Well, they were trying to move oil in, which Donald Trump allowed them to do, which I think was a good move. Not worth starting a war with Russia over. But I think that, like, again, these are your people who came up with the just war theory, right? Like, these are all Catholics.
Yeah.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was all Catholics who came up with this. But the idea of at least having some, like, I understand like when Thomas Aquinas and those guys, when they're coming up with just war theory, they're clear, and they were very well aware of this, that they're balancing different things, right? Like you're balancing Christian ethics and then war, which is a very difficult thing, right? There's like the worldly realities of these wars, and they're attempting to go, look, obviously Christians can't accept killing someone and taking shit from them. So like, here is the only way that it could be justified, is if it's a defensive war, you're attacked, you fight it proportionally, something like that. I just think saying that like this regime ran off of like, you know, criminal activities, I mean, certainly true, but I don't know, it just seems like a justification to start a war anywhere at any time. And I do worry about that, because that's, you know, those justifications are almost always used in very bad ways.
I would just say that, you know, again, it just gets to be a bit convoluted because the nature of warfare has changed because of strategic weapons, you know, like when I say nuclear weapons, I mean, Russia and China are nuclear armed, and that means that we're kind of engaged with them in every way at all times. As long as those weapons exist, we're always going to be spying on them. We're always going to be in some like virtual state of conflict with them. And that is global because, you know, the whole basis of the Monroe Doctrine is nobody can touch us because of the oceans. Well, what our adversary is going to do, they're going to try to get on our side. Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Bolivia, whatever. Or, you know, even building the dual use stuff in every other country, Argentina, Peru, Jamaica, Haiti, whatever. So I would classify that under something like self-defense, and with proportionality, like I said, we're not saying like, and by we I mean me, I guess. I'm not saying like we could go to war with Venezuela and like invade their country and take their sovereignty, take all their supplies. I'm saying though that if they're aligned against us in our hemisphere in a way that's threatening, we should be able to go in and change that. If they want it to be better, they should just align with us. You know, you say, well, Cuba's this tiny defenseless island. Okay, well, then you better submit to Washington because you're right next to the superpower, and they're playing games.
Saying you better submit to Washington is how we've got the whole situation in Cuba for 60 years, you know? I mean, that was what they said initially. You better submit to Washington.
And if they want to avoid that, if they want to avoid a war, then they could always choose a diplomatic option.
So could Iran. So could all of Israel's enemies, though, you know?
But Israel can, I would say that's a different story.
Because, okay, but that is true about both of them, you know? I mean, I don't know. I guess I just think that, I think, you know, essentially my take on all this shit is that, and I think this is right. I know this is kind of like a boring, you know, there's just not the energy to some of my views that there are to yours, because this is just, but I think that the bottom line here kind of is, we can't afford the government we have, or even close to it. Like, you just can't afford this. We're living under the biggest government in the history of the world. I mean, like, orders of magnitude. Like, it really is. You just look at how much money Washington spends every year, and you know, we can't afford the entitlement programs, let alone the world empire. And so we're $40 trillion in debt, and that's not even representing it, because even our entire tax base plus the $40 trillion in debt couldn't pay for this size of government. And so we just have to print the money to make up the difference. And we've printed, I know you might even know some of these numbers better than me, but what is it, since George W. Bush, I think we've created like 80% of the money that's ever been created. I mean, we're just printing trillions and trillions of dollars. This is how we essentially band-aided over this bullet wound of an economy. And because of this is what's destroying essentially the currency. It's what's making life unaffordable for young people and working class people. And if you're going to continue to debase your currency, you're going to continue to see life like this, where, you know, it really does destroy any hope at having a conservative country. I don't mean just conservative like in decent values. If young people can't afford to start families. And all this stuff about like kind of looking for another war and another war when they're even as you describe it, this isn't a war of necessity that you're describing. You're describing a war of choice. Like, maybe things would be better if we fought this. I just think it's really bad policy to allow our government to always be in search, as John Quincy Adams would say, of another monster to destroy. You know, these people do not, and I think this is one of the fundamental problems with government in general, and it's one of the problems with the Trump administration and all of this, is that these people, as you said at the beginning, they are not on our team. They're not working based on our incentives. They're working based on their incentives. And if you give them that type of power, I mean, to just kind of say, anywhere anyone's interfering that maybe could be strategically bad for us, we can go fight a war there. I mean, man, the military-industrial complex is going to be like, okay, we got some thoughts.
I'm saying that from a moral point of view. From a moral point of view, as long as, because I think the case could be made, like, for example, in the Cuban Missile Crisis. I mean, would you say something like, well, Cuba's a sovereign state, they're allied with Russia, so they're putting nuclear missiles to defend themselves? You would say, no, that threatened us, it's too close. And the same goes even, for other conflicts that have happened in the world. I think morally speaking, it just gets a bit more complex because of the nature of how things are. And I would take it a step further and say, when it comes to this being a war of choice, if you actually look at the strategic situation, we've been losing the Western Hemisphere for 15 years. China's become the number one trading partner of basically all of Central and South America and the Caribbean. And what this does is it allows them then to go in and build all this infrastructure. And that's part of a very concerted play. Like, they are trying to increase their influence. They're building this stuff, and they're building this stuff in anticipation that they're going to put their Navy there. They have 400 times the shipbuilding capacity as us. They're building deep water ports everywhere, eventually to put their ships. And, like, for example, there's a new technology. They put a missile launch system in a container, like a shipping container, so they could get their biggest container ships, load them up with shipping containers that may or may not contain all missiles, or, like in Operation Spiderweb last year in Ukraine, they could contain all these drones. Right. So if there's a future conflict, let's say in Taiwan, do you want Venezuela and Cuba to have Chinese spying posts, and you want a Chinese deep water port in Peru, and they've got all their shipping there, and it's simultaneously surveilling us, but also loaded up with weapons? That obviously puts us in a big disadvantage. So, it's like that other expression, if you want peace, prepare for war. Yeah. How do we check China? I don't think it's a war of choice. I think this is, we're kind of getting our act together because we let it go in the Western Hemisphere.
Taiwan's going to have to submit. I think
to China?
I say it kind of tongue-in-cheek, but I actually agree with you on that one. I think that so you brought up the Cuban Missile Crisis. It's a good example, and I would certainly agree with you that that is something that is totally reasonable to go like, no, we can't. I understand you haven't bombed us yet, but I can't be expected to sit here with a knife at my throat and go on with life as normal. This is intolerable. But of course, the solution to that, as you well know, was for Jack Kennedy to get on the phone, and that was not solved by invading Cuba. In fact, when he invaded Cuba, it was an unmitigated disaster. But this was solved by getting on the phone and making a deal and saying, listen, we can't live with this, so you got to move these back, and in exchange for that, we will pull what was it, from Turkey, I think we moved our nukes back. Just seems to me like with all these problems, that would be a way better way to solve them. And of course, the U.S. does have tremendous leverage if it were willing or able to use it. Now, this is one of the interesting dynamics with our government, is that it's this giant organization, but it's not exactly like the guy at the top just runs the whole organization. There's many factions within it, and if the guy at the top is going with the wind, he's very powerful. But if he's going against the wind, like, in other words, if the President of the United States of America is the most powerful position in the world, in some respects, if Donald Trump wants to start a war, he can start a war anywhere he wants to. There's really no more congressional, authorization or even war powers or anything. And honestly, does anyone believe, even if they did, if this War Powers Act had passed and Donald Trump just wanted to suck my dick, does anyone think like that anything would have changed? So if he's starting wars, he's very powerful. Now, if he wanted to destroy the military-industrial complex, he basically has as much power as me or you. So like if you're going with the grain, you're very powerful, but going against it, you're not. But like, for example, if you wanted to end, say, like the war in Ukraine, a little bit tougher now. At the beginning, but we have enormous cards we can play. We could say, hey, look, we'll leave NATO. The U.S. will leave NATO. It'll be just a European alliance. You can come in and we'll leave, but you all work out. Like, you could get Putin to stop, but you'd have to give him something, you know? And even as you say this, I don't disagree with, like, some of the potential issues that you're talking about, and it is a very new world. And look, even as we're watching in Iran, you know, I've been at this for 20 years now, and drones in war were just not a thing. Like, that just wasn't a thing. It was a brand new thing when we had them. Now, all of a sudden, this is a new reality. It totally changes warfare now, when they can essentially close the Strait of Hormuz, if need be, just with cheap drones. But again, China's been doing over the last 20 years, well, we've been fighting endless wars and spending trillions of dollars to do business with everybody. And, like, perhaps, then maybe that would be, if we want to get into that strategic fight, that it would be to, let's do diplomacy. There's a lot of shit that the rest of the world really hates that we do. China, when Donald Trump even just went over there now, right, like, he wants them to stop helping Iran and what logistical intelligence where they've been, and they want a whole lot of things from him. Like, we can get things, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just even things like big military mobilizations in Asia or something like that. They have a real problem with that. And so, us arming Taiwan or stuff. So I guess my point is just that, like, we could, rather than, like, launching wars over this stuff, and look, the Venezuela one didn't turn into, like, a catastrophe, but you risk that every time you launch one of these wars. And I think we would be much better off at just, like, being smart, being much more restrained. You know, saying, what was the phrase you used, in order to end a war, you gotta, or whatever. It's a peace through strength, essentially. I mean, I've been hearing peace through strength out of the Republicans since Ronald Reagan. I was too young to remember Ronald Reagan, but I know he said it. They've been saying it my entire lifetime. And all we've gotten for it is permanent militarism, forever wars, crushing debt. And so, don't get me wrong, I guess maybe where we could agree, and then we could leave it at agreeing to disagree, is that I'd prefer we be more involved in our backyard and not around the rest of the world. I'd prefer it be in our national interest rather than in some other country's interest. Or, by the way, I don't even really think any of this shit is in Israel's interest. I think this is in what the Likud perceive as the interest of greater Israel. I think they've gotten Israelis killed and probably made them more of a hated pariah state than ever before. But I also think in the same sense, it doesn't really seem to be the way DC works. They're not really working in the interest of the American people.
I agree. I mean, I think diplomacy is preferable where possible, but sometimes it's not possible. And it sounds like a lot of this root causes, you know, it's like, when you go to these Democrats, they say, well, the reason these kids are committing crime is because they don't have, like, after-school programs, and it's like, dude, they need to go to jail. Like, cops need to beat the shit out of them and take them to jail. And with Venezuela, it's like, look, Rick Grinnell proffered a deal with them. They didn't take it. I mean, because they wanted Maduro to stay in power. And our sticking point was, you got to realign with us, and Maduro's got to go, and they wouldn't agree to it, so we had to go in and take care of them. And I agree with you, though. I'm a restrainer. I believe in restraint. You know, I think that we should be very selective in our engagements, keep them in our backyard, prefer diplomacy, but sometimes you got to kill people. Sometimes you got to do it.
I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that, but also I think there's a lot going on that we don't know about there, and I think Maduro was all tied in with the CIA and a whole lot of stuff going on that we're not aware of. Okay, I'm glad you prefer diplomacy first, Nick Fuentes. I very much enjoy our diplomacy. I hope this doesn't break into a hot war again.
Ceasefire's intact.
The ceasefire is still intact. It's hanging on by a thread. It's a lot stronger than the ceasefire in the Middle East right now. Dude, I really always enjoy talking to you. Thank you so much for coming back on, and look forward to doing it again.
Likewise, man. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thanks for listening, guys. Have a good one. Peace.
Okay, that was the world famous Nick Fuentes. Whenever we catch him, we always record him because I like building a library of the enemy. Just like Dan Bilzerian, one of the highest level psychopaths I've ever seen in my life. Dan Bilzerian. Him and Nick are feuding, the Tate brothers and Sneeko. I don't even know who Sneeko is. My friend, do you know who Sneeko is?
You're
You should not know who that person is.
I do not know a Smeeko.
It's bad. It would be bad if you knew who that was.
I also didn't know who Chud, the architect, is.
Do you know Olivia, the Palestinian?
Yes, Habibti, I do know if you see her on a TikTok. She has her scarf on and she is drinking water and getting her lips wet. She's so pretty.
Habibti. Do you know who Weeby is?
So I've been reading Ayn Rand all morning. I'm back into reading books. I was in a room earlier. I said I'm reading books for a nonprofit to help veterans that suffer from PTSD, and immediately it was claimed that I am committing stolen valor by Regal. And I said, well, I like to accuse people of being redundant on this app and repeating their personality over and over again. And then he said, you're doing exactly what you're accusing people of doing. And I said, I know, but I just wanted to get that out of the way. And then I was told that you're unbelievable. You are unbelievable. So anyways, I was reading Ayn Rand, and it was very good. Reading books is great. And I keep encouraging my friend here to call me, to text me, and say, here's a link. I got a book room set up. I'm going to read for 3 to 10 minutes. And if you want to read, you can read. But I'm going to prove to you that I'm actually reading and putting it on YouTube and using my new phone and creating valuable content for my audience who want to purchase my wicker baskets or maybe come to a wicker basket workshop at the Renaissance Fair. Maybe you're going to pick up a musical instrument. Maybe you're going to decide to become a musician one day.
I already am a musician, John. Here's my YouTube channel.
Trying to figure out a good way to cool my room here. There's really no good way to do it other than put the air conditioner in, run it, then turn it off, run it, and turn it. That's what I'm going to have to do is plug in my air conditioner. I got no choice. I can't sit in a room that's 90 degrees. Rabbona Shalom. Rabbona Shalom. Somebody in another room yesterday, I won't mention her name, was saying, "Stop saying that! Stop saying that!" So I sold her pussy pictures to a Canadian pussy broker. And then I was told that I have to apologize for engaging in comedy. Rabbona Shalom. How many times a day do you think Danny says conspiracy theory or, psyop on this app? I mean, I could just imagine her going to a psychiatrist and being like, I'm in a psyop, I'm in a psyop. And they're like, what are you talking about? She's like, you don't know I'm in a psyop. They're like, could you shut up? She's like, no, you're part of the psyop. Okay, I'm going to keep reading Ayn Rand. Welcome to the John Kitover Book Club. What are you doing with your time these days, John? Oh, well, I read books with veterans that suffer from PTSD. That's great, John. Oh my God, I love that for you. Thank you for loving that for me. We're now going to do what I'm talking about. I think it's kind of funny how Ayn Rand always refers to her novels as saying, as previously discussed. She just refers to a whole book. Okay, so this is page 50, The Virtue of Selfishness. I'm also using 2 AI wearable devices as I record this, and I'm looking at 25 different cell phones. I'm using Meta and Loki. Page 50. On the question of why man is not a sacrificial animal and why help to others is not his moral duty, I refer you to Atlas Shrugged. This present discussion is concerned with the principles by which one identifies and evaluates the instances involving a man's non-sacrificial help to others. Sacrifice is the surrender of a greater value for the sake of a lesser one of a non-value. Thus, altruism gauges a man's virtue by the degree to which he surrenders, renounces, or betrays his values, since help to a stranger or an enemy is regarded as more virtuous, less selfish, than help to those one loves. The rational principle of conduct is the exact opposite. Always act in accordance with the hierarchy of your values, and never sacrifice a greater value to a lesser one. This applies to all choices, including one's actions toward other men. It requires that one possess a defined hierarchy of rational values, values chosen and validated by a rational standard. Without such a hierarchy, neither rational conduct nor considered value judgments nor moral choices are possible. Love and friendship, my friend, are profoundly personal. Selfish values, love, is an expression and an assertion of self-esteem, a response to one's own values in the person of another. One gains a profoundly personal, selfish joy from the mere existence of the person one loves. It is one's own personal selfish happiness that one seeks, earns, and derives from love. A selfless, disinterested love is a contradiction in terms. It means that one is indifferent to that which one values. Concern for the welfare of those one loves is a rational part of one's self-interests. If a man who is passionately in love with his wife spends a fortune to cure her of a dangerous illness, it would be absurd to claim that he does it for a sacrifice for her sake, not his own, and that it makes no difference to him, personally and selfishly, whether she lives or dies. Any action that a man undertakes for the benefit of those he loves is not a sacrifice if, in the hierarchy of his values, in the total context of the choices open to him, it achieves that which is of the greatest personal and rational importance to him. In the above example, his wife's survival is of greater value to the husband than anything else that his money could buy. It is of the greatest importance to his own happiness, and therefore his action is not a sacrifice. But suppose he let her die in order to spend his money on saving the lives of 10 other women, none of whom meant anything to him, as the ethics of altruism would require. That would be a sacrifice. Here the difference between objectivism and altruism can be seen most clearly. If sacrifice is the moral principle of action, then that husband should sacrifice his wife for the sake of 10 other women. What distinguishes the wife from the 10 others? Nothing but her value to the husband, who has to make the choice. Nothing but the fact that his happiness requires her survival. The objectivist ethics would tell him your highest moral purpose is the achievement of your own happiness. Your money is yours. Use it to save your wife. That is your moral right and your rational moral choice. Consider the soul of the altruistic moralist, who would be prepared to tell that husband the opposite. And then ask yourself whether altruism is motivated by benevolence. The proper method of judging when or whether one should help another person is by reference to one's own rational self-interest and one's own hierarchy of values. The time, money, or effort one gives or the risk one takes should be proportionate to the value of the person in relation to one's own happiness. To illustrate this on the altruist's favorite example, the issue of saving a drowning person. If the person to be saved is a stranger, it is morally proper to save him only when the danger to one's own life is minimal. When the danger is great, it would be immoral to attempt it. Only a lack of self-esteem could permit one to value one's life no higher than that of any random stranger. And conversely, if one is drowning, one cannot expect a stranger to risk his life for one's sake, remembering that one's life cannot be as valuable to him as his own. If the person to be saved is not a stranger, then the risk one should be willing to take is greater in proportion to the greatness of that person's value to oneself. If it is the man or woman one loves, then one can be willing to give one's own life to save him or her, for the selfish reason that life without the loved person could be unbearable. Conversely, if a man is able to swim and to save his drowning wife but becomes panicky, gives in to an unjustified irrational fear and lets her drown, then spends his life in loneliness and misery, one would not call him selfish. One would condemn him morally for his treason to himself and to his own values. It is his failure to fight the preservation of a value crucial to his own happiness. Remember that values are that which one acts to gain and or keep, and that one's own happiness has to be achieved by one's own effort, since one's own happiness is the moral purpose of one's life. The man who fails to achieve it because of his own default, because of his failure to fight for it, is morally guilty. The virtue involved in helping those one loves is not selflessness or sacrifice, but integrity. Integrity is loyalty to one's convictions and values. It is the policy of acting in accordance with one's values, of expressing, upholding, and translating them into practical reality. If a man professes to love a woman, yet his actions are indifferent, inimical, or damaging to her, it is his lack of integrity that makes him immoral. The same principle applies to relationships among friends. If one's friend is in trouble, one should act to help him by whatever non-sacrificial means are appropriate. For instance, if one's friend is starving, it is not a sacrifice, but an act of integrity to give him money for food rather than buy some insignificant gadget for oneself. Because his welfare is important in the scale of one's personal values. If the budget means more than the friend's suffering, one had no business pretending to be his friend. The practical implementation of friendship, affection, and love consists of incorporating the welfare, the rational welfare, of the person involved into one's own hierarchy of values, and acting accordingly. But this is a reward which men have to earn by means of their virtues and which one cannot grant to mere acquaintances or to strangers. What then should one properly grant to strangers? The generalized respect and goodwill which one should grant to a human being in the name of the potential value he represents until and unless he forfeits it. A rational man does not forget that life is the source of all values, and as such a common bond among living beings is against inanimate matter, that other men are potentially able to achieve the same virtues as his own, and thus be of enormous value to him. This does not mean that he regards human lives as interchangeable with his own. He recognizes the fact that his own life is the source, not only of all his values, but of his capacity to value. Therefore, the value he grants to others is only a consequence, an extension, secondary projection of the primary value, which is himself. The respect and goodwill that men of self-esteem feel toward other human beings is profoundly egoistic. They feel, in effect, other men are of value because they are of the same species as myself. In revering living entities, they are revering their own life. This is the psychological base of any emotion of sympathy and any feeling of species solidarity. Since men are born tabula rasa, both cognitively and morally, a rational man regards strangers as innocent until proved guilty, grants them that initial goodwill in the name of their human potential. After that, he judges them according to the moral character they have actualized. If he finds them guilty of major evils, his goodwill is replaced by contempt and moral condemnation. If one values human life, one cannot value its destroyers. If he finds them to be virtuous, he grants them personal, individual value and appreciation in proportion to their virtues. It is on the ground of that generalized goodwill and respect for the value of human life that one helps strangers in an emergency, and only in an emergency. It is important to differentiate between the rules of conduct in an emergency situation and the rules of conduct in the normal conditions of human existence. This does not mean a double standard of morality. The standard and the basic principles remain the same, but their application to either case requires precise definitions. An emergency is an unchosen, unexpected event, limited in time, that creates conditions under which human survival is impossible, such as a flood, an earthquake, a fire, shipwreck. In an emergency situation, men's primary goal is to combat the disaster, escape the danger, and restore normal conditions, to reach dry land, to put out the fire, etc. By normal conditions, I mean metaphysically normal. Normal in the nature of things, appropriate to human existence. Men can live on land, but not in water or in a raging fire. Since men are not omnipotent, it is metaphysically possible for unforeseeable disasters to strike them, in which case their only task is to return to those conditions under which their lives can continue. By its nature, an emergency situation is temporary. If it were to last, men would perish. It is only in emergency situations that one should volunteer to help strangers, if it is in one's power. For instance, okay, I'm going to take a reading break there. Hope you're enjoying this. Run! This is mayoral candidate John Kitover.
We shouldn't help each other.
Only in an emergency situation.
Sorry.
Only in an emergency. Well, you use the soft H there. You're getting better. One day at a time. Hard R to soft H, all the way to just N-word. Then from N-word, you can just get back to books and call yourself a human being again. Because it's all projection. You are the N-word you project. It is your insecurity. Or it is your... didn't we just read about that? That it's like a secondary projection? Rabboni Shalom. Okay, we're on page 55. It's too hot in here to continue reading. I am going to open up a window. Ugh. There we go. Oh yeah. Oh, that's much better. So I don't know if you know about Dan Bilzerian, but he is one of the most horribly obnoxious people maybe to have ever lived. And, I was looking at his X account months ago before he even announced his congressional run. And it was shocking, like beyond shocking. And can't believe some of the things he writes is even permissible under law. That like the Department of Justice can't go to Elon Musk and X and say, hey, fortunately, you may not want to suspend this user or limit his freedom of speech, but based on these past posts, is it legal to say these things and be in possession of a massive arsenal of weapons? Because he has one of the largest caches of weapons, and he's sitting there asking Nick Fuentes about, A-wording or K-wording Ben Shapiro and Dr. Netanyahu. Anyways, he's a very dangerous,
Is that what he said?
Yeah. And it's so funny because Nick Fuentes is like roasting him for being low IQ. And he like invites people to his house and makes them like leave their cell phone in a room and they go to like a private room. And they're just like, he is so weird, so low IQ. And it's true. You just heard me read a book. I just did what 0.0001% of the population actually does, which is read a book. So I top one because I can actually point you to a YouTube channel of me proving I've read a book just recently, when 99.99% of the population has not read a book recently. They're just consuming media. And so at the end of the day, this app, even Clownhouse, X, everybody is competing with their media for attention in the attention economy. And that's why, I'm glad you bought your phone, but until you start texting me links and say, okay, bro, I'm not trying to compete in the attention economy, you're just consuming my media. And I'm trying to launch you like a rocket, from the slingshot of David, and send you into the stratosphere. And the only way to do it is through your cell phone, my friend. It's the only way. There's no other way. Your cell phone is David's slingshot. You can take out Goliath with that cell phone. You just got to start clicking those buttons. Click, 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 click. You've done it 1,000 times, then 10,000 times, 100,000 times, Rabbana Shalom. See, Nick Fuentes is an incredibly gifted communicator. There's no redundancy. It's crystal clear. And then he hits you with a zinger. Like, did you hear what he said? Where he's like, the problem isn't that these students don't have the correct resources. We're spending more money than ever on education. The problem is the police need to beat the shit out of them and put them in jail. I was like, whoa. He just hit him with a zinger. I thought it was kind of funny. All right, I'll give you the trenches of Clown House. Whack 100.
It's a solid nigga there right there. You don't get no
Right in between Lil Haiti.
Yeah, because we can easily have somebody come verify if you live there or not.
I didn't say I lived on Brookdale. I said that was around the corner.
Stop up there trying to act gangsta and rep hood and stuff like that.
No, we're not doing that to Sunshine.
I'm
She
playing
bring
with
some
Sunshine.
sunshine to the room. I know you are.
You think she gonna fall for my bullshit?
What my Bay Area people names?
The what?
Anybody from the Bay in here? Oh, what Bumpy? Oh, what Bumpy in Alaska?
Why we not from the
What's
Bay?
up, Steve?
Bumpy Johnson. Ain't no Bumpy Johnson. Do you know King Kunta Kinte out of Detroit? Who opened up King Kunta Kinte deep fried chicken? Do you know Earl's Chicken out of Detroit? Just remember, never go full R word. My friend, you have a tendency to go full R word.
No, you can't go full on.
Never go full R word. Never. It's a projection, my friend. It's all projection.
Galaxy of infinite space is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon, but to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight, but ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, O azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold.
What strange superpowers appeared in Gen
They
V?
shall
The most
bring
dangerous person
the
is
glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16. For he is ever a sun, and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping But ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendrous serpent. 19 azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. For till above the child ours, yours is the naked splendor of the witch. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of her need. The winged globe, the starry blue, are mine, oh, ein Kaffnachon zu. My joy is to see your joy.
The manifestation of new year, the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh warrior of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. 60 the Hadid, my spirit center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed by Iris, the minister of Horpakrem. 8, the cubs is in the cool, not the cool in the cubs. 9, worship then the cats, and behold, my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the the manifestation of new mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of wine, sown with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so what I am to thee, I call glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee, all thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music and the song that I made all for to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and it striketh thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the five, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Abracadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk. By my head I invoke thee.
What is now Veracruz? 11 ships, roughly 500 men.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
Several large groups have held their independence despite being surrounded. The conquered tribes paid ever-increasing tribute to the Mexica who resented it.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
The Tlaxcala came to know
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sold with gold, the flash washing up, I got to wear by my robe, I invoke thee.
If it is once power and fire,
Mine is the sign of a prophet and type of, by the sign I invoke thee. So mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate, by my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in my car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the one of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a bold to invoke thee. Strike a master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering love. By the song I invoke thee. Mine is the adaptive man and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman, I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I mine is the remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or under the air, or flowing air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be thine. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abrahadabra! And I bear the rose and cross of life and life. cross of life and light. Giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. 6, I bear the rose and cross of life and light, abracadabra, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. Abracadabra.
You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God. but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old neck broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in a hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. If I tremble, stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 not 9, 10 not 11. I breathe in your holy calm, and the storm in my head lays down like a palm. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's home. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy of heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Galaxy of infinite space. Is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame.
Yeah, that's the part that we don't even know who.
Gods. And I'm invited over there, and there is a hand washing or some kind of ritual that is sort of, this is what's done. I would absolutely not only do it out of courtesy, but as a guest in your home. And
Like it. Oh my God. Girls are incomplete. Girls.
I just hate.
No, you're not.
That's why I don't let my dogs lick me in the face. I ain't tossing their mouth.
Don't fucking play with me. I ain't it. Now I'm about to share. How do you think? Put in my telegram. You know, tearing it.
Okay, this is Patty from Clubhouse. She's having a mental break. She created a room called You Played Again, Now You Block for Life. She's putting it in her telegram. She is pissed.
Yeah, when I up at the bottom, I love how they're a mix of religion, politics, and fucking sexual stuff. Well, dude, get on until you get off fucking anymore. Because someone is name is because it's her purpose.
And to her the stooping starlight, but we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh, as your lidded woman bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, master of infinite space, is the prince priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into
manifestation of new wheat, to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. Five, help me, O warrior lord of deeps, in my unveiling before the children of men. Now and it's my secret center, my heart and my heart. Heaven, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of Lord Akras. Night worship, then the camps, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants review a secret, they shall know the many and the Lord. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother
I was the spiritual nature.
Hello,
the same as
moderators.
Like the soul?
Yeah,
Good
that's all.
afternoon, moderators. Angel Smiler, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So to explain, that wasn't a relevant point. I can agree with you. The point that
By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke
you can extend the argument, is what I'm saying.
Hello, moderators.
Nature is about what makes you you. So the human nature is like what makes a human. A soul of nature is what makes a soul, and you can't conflate those things.
No,
Hello, moderators. Moderators, I'd like to be put in the queue. This is John. Thank you.
yeah, I think it's popcorn, John. So if you want to,
Okay, well, I just want to interrupt
If
then.
you want to just interrupt the conversation and just butt into the conversation, sure, John. We've been waiting for you.
I want to say hi to Caleb down there, Ramona Shalom.
No, I'm just saying, but thank you so much for waiting to the peak of the conversation to butt in, so we have to start all over. Thank you so much, John.
You're welcome. Well, I want to say I just screenshotted all of that information about the Hegelian speculative philosophy. Very interesting stuff. And I just want to say, I don't want to interrupt your flow and what you're saying. I would just request in the future, within 5 to 10 minutes, that for 60 seconds you let me read one page from Ayn Rand, which is objectivist.
Come back in 25 minutes.
Okay, will do.
I'll let you have 25 minutes.
You don't come back.
We'll do 25 for 25. Yeah, 25 for 25. That's good.
What's funny is that
Yeah.
See, that's an investment in yourself. That's an investment in your values.
Very, very interesting point, right?
you're the matrix.
I
you break
appreciate
it up,
it.
man.
You're the matrix.
So,
So he was gonna leave but come back.
Yeah, I think he said
Yeah.
on a train. I think I agree with you, Smiler. So that wasn't really the conversation.
I think it was a part of the conversation because when you're giving particular critiques,
I'm gonna leave it a little bit. I just got to this point, and I just wanted to read this. I just wanted to show him where to read on the thing, and then you guys can continue this conversation. I don't really mind. So L, if you click on the top, right?
Yeah.
And then you're in the Wikipedia.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy cheek. By the sword and cold voice of the five, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it.
Hey, Jacob! Jacob, can you hear me? Jacob! I'm gonna come back.
Regular for that little moment.
You over there or something?
Hello?
Oh wait, no, I just know it gets a little bit. Why not try to go to your country? You can tell my Instagram ID. My name is Always Explorer.
All right, calm down, buddy. A little bit too much partying in Bangkok, right?
Yeah, come.
Hey, John, how you been?
Come with my brother. Hey, Omar,
This guy's crazy.
hey, Omar, you didn't get away from you know. Hey, Jacob.
Hey, what's up?
Jacob, I got an event for you to come meet me and two guys down on what is that, North Avenue Beach?
I'm not going to Lakeview anymore. I don't want to get shot.
Well, this is like an EDM party. The tickets are maybe like $40-$50.
Hey, guys.
It's on the boat. It's on the rooftop of that boat.
I don't know Mr. E. Shut the fuck up. This is my friend out of Chicago. I'll count this 4. Thank you.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with.
I'm good. Everything is good. I met a guy at the bar, a friend of a friend, and he's like, yeah, my dad was a Marine. In 2002 to 2004, he was in Iraq, killing and fighting the Iraqi.
How was the kid?
He's probably 20, 19.
Fuck, I feel old now.
So he must have had the kid when he was 21 or 20,
I wasn't a Marine though.
and his dad's 40 years old.
I never fought in the armed forces. My dad did. I always told you, not me. You remember you spoke with my wonderful father, who's the meanest person that God ever made.
He's a Marine. That's you. You know, I don't know if I ever told you this story, but I got an email from a general, and from his office, and it said, you know, he has an open door policy. If there's something you want to discuss, schedule an appointment. So I schedule an appointment. I go into the general's office. Before you can go in, you have to knock, take 2 steps back, and then issue your announcement, which is, General Cadet Kitover reporting its order, General. And then he goes, come in! And then you go in. Yeah, then you basically go in, you salute, and he has to return your salute, and then you drop your salute, and then you stand at attention, and then he says, what do you want? And
does he ever say Eddie?
Yeah, he does. And then...
Is Eddie meaning like you can say whatever you want, or within the conduct of what the Army says you can say?
No, it just means you can stand normally, as normal.
Oh.
But then he said, sit down. So I sat down, and he says, what do you want? And I said, well, I guess, can I first ask you a question? Why don't you have anything in your office? He had nothing in the office. I'm not kidding you. There was nothing in the office but a chair, another chair, and a coffee table. And he got in my face and he yelled at me and he said, "'Cause I'm a fucking Marine!" I was like, holy shit! Holy shit!
Were you overseas?
No, I was on a college military campus.
Damn, but that guy's crazy.
He was, yeah, he was a veteran from Vietnam, and his nose was blown.
Oh, yeah, they're all nuts.
He had no nose. His nose was blown off in a gunfight.
Dude, he said those guys are more combat than any other, whatever. And these guys will get bored in here. We get people from Turkey, we get people from all over the world. But they, everybody thinks I'm Jewish, so I'm getting a lot of Muslims here that like blow me up every so often.
Yeah, because they want to know what it's like talking to a Jew.
I'm not Jew, you know that?
It doesn't matter. You can just play the part. They're just here for a dopamine experience.
And it's true.
Encouraging people to be fake Jews. Because, hey, why not? Let's see what happens.
About me shine, the diamonds are radiant, white and pure.
No.
By the brightness I invoke with you. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a puppet and typhon. By the sign I invoke it. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke it. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. And yet the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham and Abra by the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering love. Avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
I'm a man! She's a man!
In my hand is my sword of
I'm a man!
by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 other voices. Everyone of blood.
Yeah, governorship in Arizona, but I don't think that's gonna, because I don't think that Trump has as much sway here as he does in a lot of other places. But I will tell you what does, and it's even worse in many ways, and that is Turning Point USA and the Christian nationalists. So my jury's out gonna happen.
If your friend got stuck with that ticket, if it's a non-refundable, I'll be happy to take it off her hands. You know, like at 50% face value.
I'll tell her.
Pay her.
I'll tell her you said so.
I mean, I I can do that for a friend of yours. I can go to Tahiti
That
for a friend of yours.
and inconvenience yourself. That is so sweet of you, Gary.
Thank you. Now you understand finally who Gary is.
What a nice guy.
Exactly. Could use some more hands. Armaze, followed by Les. Thank you, friends.
Thank you, Gary. Yeah, I think the polls.
Got me convinced. I am no fan of like
what's going on in our country, and in
into
regards
an
to
autistic
Jeff
universe
Bill,
because he cannot cope with the raving of parents who tell him that he is guilty by nature.
And when they bought tickets,
is
for
evil.
something.
The thinking
I think it was
is
a little
sinful.
bit over $400
The question
round trip
asking
from
is
Mexico
blasphemous.
City.
The
So,
doubting is
they didn't see it yet, but I'm sure, like many
Other views. Be Christian, go out and be forgiving, be Christian, go out.
and for a rich man to enter the kingdom
And I would say
of heaven,
most people would say no, right?
or the neurotic,
It's food.
who in
As Dr.
hopeless
Francine
despair
pointed out,
gives up the attempt
the
to solve
average
his problems
human is just suffering.
into an autistic
Thank you, Gary,
universe.
for the mic.
By nature, that his
What
body
about in Mexico?
is evil,
Are you suffering?
the thinking
No, not
is
at all.
sinful,
It's
the
like
question
another
asking
parallel
is
universe.
blasphemous,
Everything
the
that goes on in
doubting
the US
is
is
depravity,
non-existent.
and that he must obey the orders of a
Give an
supernatural
example, gas,
ghost.
car here in the city,
The third
which happens to be the most expensive,
mind
is the
sacrifice.
equivalent of like $1.50
If it is a virtue,
And one thing that
to
I've noticed is
approximate the
there's a lot
mental
of
state of
Chinese electric cars here. Food is cheap. I mean, there's all kinds of street vendors on the street.
But you're in US dollars, but what about if you're on a Mexican peso?
Even then, like I'm talking about, like the average person, the average officer. Everyone complains about not making enough money, right? That's everywhere, even in the U.S. But I'll give you a perfect example. Here, a family can buy a house, buy cars, send their kids to
This is
school.
Elon Musk on a Saturday night, playing video games with a bunch of autistic artworks. An X spaces where he goes live underneath the name Adrian Dittman.
They're sort of traditional.
Other views.
And
Be
of
Christian.
course, as you probably know, there's a huge
Of heaven.
community here.
Do mystics declare
Everybody lives
that
well.
all they demand of man is that he sacrifice his happiness? All they demand.
Thank you, Armaze. It's interesting. Gasoline, I want to know where that is.
Would have
$1.50
thought
a
the
gallon.
obvious by just bringing it up right away so we can avoid the obvious redundancy.
It's
Get past that.
Huh?
It's
And so,
Pemex.
and then you're something
I
else
don't
now.
know. So,
Bringing it up right
President
away so we
Scheinbaum,
can avoid
she
the
said
obvious
that
redundancy.
cap regular gas below 24 pesos. So, 24 pesos a liter is $5.07 a gallon. I don't know what parallel universe you're living in,
Universe.
from what I'm reading,
His
that's what
body
Scheinbaum
is evil.
got them to cap the gasoline prices at 24 pesos per liter. Is my conversion correct here?
If it is a virtue, approximate the mental state of a schizophrenic. Regal is a good example of a man who unfortunately repeats himself over and over and over.
Because
Well,
Pemex.
bro, you gotta fucking stop. You gotta stop.
The cost per liter at Pemex today.
Be Christian.
Okay,
be
folks, I'm
Christian.
doing what I tell everybody not to do on the line on
Rich man to
AI on this
enter
line.
the kingdom of heaven
Well,
or the neurotic.
apparently true.
Into an autistic
The average cost of
universe.
gasoline sits between 23 and 28.19 pesos per liter.
That's approximately $1.35 to $1.65 USD, depending highly on the region and the fuel grade. This is according to Mexico Now. I don't know the site. It's some kind of a news site. You know what that is, Mexico Now? It's a news site. Mexico Now News.
No, I'm not familiar with it. I usually use the big Telemundo or.
Yeah, but this is.
Now the posture of the command inside the Bearcat Harbor was what people there is not one of, worrying about getting shot. They're not, they're having.
I want to comment on it.
We have ministers in our government. They are represented in the army.
He has a lot to lose. His heart has been.
Oh, okay, yeah, you just said that. All right, yeah, I'll go afterward. Yeah.
Okay, you got Freddie and Jack. No, bro, I'm done with this.
No, you're not. You mother.
What they feel like they don't have.
To be fair, I'm not gonna lie. I like a lot.
Well, what's your thoughts, Freddie?
So they are deploying the systems. Like, if enemy starts deploying level 6 autonomy, as you call it, and you have not started doing that, you're in trouble. Yes, exactly. So you have to catch up. So my point is that it is very important to think about the safety of these systems, but that thinking should not slow you down in developing them because they are critical for your existential survival, right? And like one person who doesn't get to think about the ethics of the war is that person. That person surely doesn't get to think about what would be the safety risk of such a system. Well, of course, sir. Just wrong decisions.
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, that oxen of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the scarlet is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon, but to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight, but we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. unto him. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14, above the gems are yours that make the splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret waters of the deep. The weed grow the starry wine awake of Nakhon's. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. joy is to see your joy.
The manifestation of new years, the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh Lord of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. 6 feet off deep, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed in my eyes, the minister of God grant. 8, the couch is in the cool, not the poo in the cups. 9, worship then the cats, and behold, my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the the manifestation of new wheat, to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the Intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beat of pearl, so run I after thee in thy coat of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Mine are the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a whole to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike at thy teeth. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abracadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sold with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Free mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Oh, mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the wonder, double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a vote to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, chorus, avenger, by the song I invoke thee. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I know. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I know mine is the red triangle reverse the sign, even of none save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I know mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of
I'm like watching myself, I'm like, oh, I look creepy.
remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the ether, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be mine is the head of the hawk, Abrahadabra! I bear the rose and cross of life and life. sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. Mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. 6, I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign, each abracadabra, remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. Abracadabra.
You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise. Now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in a hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking. Let it Joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, that ox of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast. And in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure linen woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul of infinite space, is the prince, priest, beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above the gem is the naked splendor of new wit. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of her deep winged glow. The starry blue are mine, oenk of nakonsu. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of new wit. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of her deep. The winged glow, the starry blue are mine, own and nothing sweet. My joy is to see your joy. The gemmed azure is the naked splendor of new wit. She bends in joy is to see your joy.
The manifestation of new year. The unfurling of the company of heaven, every man and every woman is a star, for every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh, why not of these in my unveiling before the children of men? 6 feet Hadid, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed my eyes, the minister of poor God's bread. 8, the cubs is in the coop, not the coop in the cubs. 9, worship then the cats, and behold, my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the the manifestation of new wheat, to the unveiling of the company of heaven, every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. Behold it, my secret center, my heart and my thought. 7, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of Morpatrat. 8, the cast is in the tomb. Worship, then the cats, and behold my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall know the many and the Lord. master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering lord. Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy cheek. By the sword I choke thee. Voice of the five, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abracadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a puppet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the for me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Said it be, oh be, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor at the intimate ear. By my throne I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearls, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Father, the one of double power in the voice of the Master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Thine heart in the blue waves of music in the song that I made up unto invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, giant conquering Lord, our Lord, Avenger, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, but not be beat. By the sword I invoke the voice of the fight, the voice of the six, 11 of the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse of the sign, given of none save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By
my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. Dying only. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of the remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the ether, of rolling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham. I bear the rose and cross of life and the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or unto the dwellings or in the water, or dwelling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be
That's why the Lebanese, many of the Lebanese.
All right,
And
can I go?
they wanted to protect the Maronite Christians, which they were all expelled, obviously, by the Muslims. So there's barely any Christians left, and they're barely part of the government at this point. Yeah, what do you want to talk about?
The geographic area between Jordan River and Mediterranean Sea has been referred to by variants of the name Palestine for over 3,000 years, evolving from an ancient regional descriptor into an official administrative province.
When was it an official administrative province?
So what El Normo said was totally wrong.
No, it's true.
We can clearly,
Yeah.
Please don't cross talk. Please don't cross talk. I just want to get my point uninterrupted. And El Normo's not going to respect the order in the room.
You have a thing about me, don't you, Gus? You got a little thing.
I hope you don't engage in So,
well, when he talks about me, I feel like I should respond.
Yeah, but El Normo, stop.
He's kind of weird and tested with
You're old enough to not
So it all started, ancient Egyptian records. They had the beginning, I guess, reference to the area. It was called Peleset, and then it went into the Philistines, and then you have during the 5th century BCE, you have first written record of the name used to describe the entire region, not just the coast. Comes from
Where is
the
that
5th
record?
century Greek historian Herodotus.
So
His
you
works in
think
history,
Napoleon.
He labeled
Cook his
the region
ass!
between Phoenicia and Egypt
you're
as
confusing
distinct
Colette
and
and
district of
theory.
Syria
Greek is the
called Palestine. Later philosophers, including Aristotle, adopt geographical term.
Yeah.
Early
But there
Roman
was never a
period.
Palestinian.
During the life of Jesus and the early Roman Empire, the official administrative name for the Judean mountains and surrounding area was the Roman province of Judea. However, contemporary Greek and Roman writers still used Palestine informally as a broad geographic designator for the wider region.
Yeah.
So this idea, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, just one tiny thing. Yeah, so Napoleon used the term Palestine in the 1790s. Norm, how do you get around that?
So
I think the answer to that question is that it was a geographical designate, not a designate of a country, right? So I looked some of the language stuff to this. I looked up some of the language stuff to this, which I thought was interesting. It's Encyclopedia Britannica, so at least I find the Encyclopedia Britannica reliable.
He left.
The word Palestine comes from English to Greek. In Herodotus, as concrete properly mentioned, and the Hebrew Bible, well, the Egyptians and Assyrians, earlier sources in inscriptions refer to the people called some variant of Peleset or Pelestu, respectively. But whom these terms refer to remains in the Hebrew Bible later used a similar term, Peleshet, to refer to the Philistines, a people in the Aegean. So it went from all of those names to being Philistia, first under Greeks, to then being Palestina under the Romans, and then translated down through the centuries. That's
Greek is,
I don't
so
know.
is Greek, is that what we're breaking that down to? Because a lot of people use the Greek language to break down a lot of things because English is not as, I would say first is Greek is a lot more expansive. And I guess that's why people use it. So are you starting with Greek first or what other languages are before that?
So the people, from what the Encyclopedia Britannica says, the people of the time referred to themselves as Philistines, but other people around them referred to them as Peleshet, Pelestu. In the Bible, as it said, it was Pelesat, Peleshet with an H, and that gets translated into Herodotus' Greek as Palestine. And that then gets translated into the Roman place name Palestinian Major, Palestinian Minor. In fact, the Greek overview of this is, at least I found, quite interesting. It has several different names for the Palestine. Essentially, they split it into 3 separate regions. And so then it takes on that life of its own. The Romans use it as a place designate, not as a country. It describes a geographical area in which there are different city-states at the time, and then slowly evolved into what we know it as today.
Wait, but Marshall, you mentioning the modern states are the new, relatively new historical term. So starting from 19th century national states, so we didn't count. So why is that point? Because geographical or not?
Oh, I was only telling you what the Encyclopedia Britannica said, not my own opinion. That's how they described it in their overview.
Okay. All these Middle Eastern countries are relatively new
you say that was? I'm gonna have to check that out. What was that you were reading? Britannica, what was that?
The Encyclopedia Britannica. Ashton, I'll just send you the sources in the back channel so you can look at them.
That's a reliable because some things I look up and I'm like, books, I'm gonna check that out. Some of the other things I try to, look up on the internet. Some things are redacted, or when you try to look up certain information, and I don't know why. It's like I feel like some things they trying to hide. Don't hide. Tell us.
Well, the part that I read, same source, said that before the Israelites' conquest of Palestine, the Canaanites dominated the region, and the town of Hebron was an important center. And when the tribe of Israel invaded the country, the tribe of Judea claimed the entire region just south of the site of Jerusalem into Negev region, the area south of Beersheba. So where is that? Is that Israel today? Question.
Yeah. Yeah, that's that region of Israel. The Bible speaks of all of that. Yes, ma'am.
Syria, Gaza, and all that. Okay.
Temple Mount in that area, if you keep reading, there's some stuff that talks about the Temple Mount and why people to this day continue to fight over that part of the world, because that is supposed to be the place when, they say when Jesus comes, he'll be on the Temple Mount or above the Temple Mount. So that's why that kind of stuff is important. But yeah, that region is important for that reason, and that's why people fight over it today. It's not oil they're fighting over. I believe that people are fighting over that region for religious reasons and the land that is there.
Hello.
Hey? Who's that trying to speak about?
I'm from Middle East.
Okay.
Can I tell you my view? I will tell you something you will remember in the future. I think that the Zionists in Palestine, they will stay 1 year and then they will vanish from Palestine.
Vanish and what? I'm sorry?
Vanish.
And you mean like disappear, like magic?
Yes, they will immigrate outside Palestine because they are cowards. Because they are cowards, and because there will be a war in Palestine, and Palestine will be free. I think after 1 year from now, I will remember my words in the future.
We don't have a war except for that other war, brother. We America in, we won out. I don't know. I hope you're not talking about us staying over there for a long time. We really don't want to. I don't want us to be putting our soldiers in harm's way. And, if you can stand up and muster to stand up against your oppressors, I hope y'all can do that. You know what I mean? But America, man, we should not have to risk our soldiers and put our soldiers in harm's way. I hope that is not the war that you're calling for, man. I really hope not.
I think that American people also hate Zionists and Israeli because as you know, Trump paid a lot of money in this war, or he support Zionists in Palestine, and as you know, and he make a war and fight with Iran, so he like threw the money in the ground, as you know.
Well, I know Black Americans don't hate Judea.
think that Palestine will be free. It will be, it will not be later, but will be as soon as possible. I think it will be, that scene will be soon. I think it will not be far. It will be near.
You're saying you think within this year or sometime here soon. I know Donald Trump eventually was trying to a roundabout say that maybe the war will continue. I really hope not. And then you got other people saying that it's come to an end. I don't know what to think. I just hope that this so-called ceasefire stays in place. I really don't want people dying.
Yes, I think Trump is just a foolish guy. He make a war and fight with Iran. He claims he's because Iran has a missile program and nuclear weapon, but I think that he make reasons for himself to invade Iran. I think, and I think that Republicans are worse than democracy party. Do you agree with me at this point?
Trump's dumb. Yes, I agree. He's dumb. I do, man. Yeah.
I hate Republican party. Yes. By the way, George Bush was from Republican party and he invaded Iraq in 2003, and also Trump he almost said he will do any war in his interval in USA, and now as you see what he's doing now. He just make a fight with Iran and he fought with Iran. So that's it. I think the Republican are the worst party in the USA. Democracy party, I think, is it's like better than the Republicans, I think. But not from the.
Donald Trump has caused all kinds of problems, and I'm sure you guys on this stage, a lot of y'all, I don't know how many people here are Republican, but if you're a Republican person, you might want to call on Donald Trump to end whatever he's doing as well, especially if it's hurting your pockets, because the prices, regardless of who you are, they're going to touch everybody. If you're rich, maybe that doesn't matter, whatever the case may be, but a lot of other people who are not, there is affecting them, whether Democrat or Republican. That's what I mean, and that's the problem.
So my biggest problem that I have, like whenever we have these rooms or we talk about what's going on in Iran, a lot of Western Iranians, or at least I believe that they're Western, they'll come in the room and they complain about Palestine, like how American people would twerk for them and they're not twerking for us. And it's like it's created some kind of rift between two countries that probably have nothing to do with each other. But a rift. And it's weird. Because we have our reasons for why people have put up videos about issues in Palestine. We got the WHO trying to freaking get food in it. The flotillas that have had doctors, medical supplies, food, trying to get shit into the country. We've seen the pictures where the country has been into rubble. I get it. What's going on in your country is fucked up, and I totally agree. Got a fucked up ass government. But why are you mad that Americans are upset about what their tax dollars are going towards? I don't get it. If somebody in here is Iranian, can you explain to me what is the issue with Palestine? Will we like support like having them being able to have access to food, which I think basic needs?
Betty, I think that Trump wastes your money as you for American people, you're wasting your money. You agree with me?
Wasting our money on what? I'm confused.
Alright.
Is he? Am I in the Matrix?
No, you know what happened to him.
What are we wasting our money on? No? Maybe you can't. Amen. You wanted to answer or something because you came up here.
Yeah, I do. I just want to know, yeah, are we supporting Palestine or I like Palestine and also Iran. What is the problem? I just want to know why is the
here? You haven't even been in here before, so well, you have, but you haven't been in. Maybe you haven't been around when sometimes we'll have Iranians in here get upset and say something negative about Palestine and.
Did that?
Yeah, they did. On more than one occasion.
Slap them. I want to slap them. Where can I find?
No. I was just asking that question. Obviously, you're not of that, but there are a lot of them that come in here and say that.
Sorry, Pretty, but Pretty, just tell them come to find us out. Find me.
You have a problem in gasoline in USA?
We have a problem with gas prices?
Yes, gasoline?
Yes, we do have a problem with gas prices in USA. I don't. So a lot of Americans do, yeah. Well, yeah, I do have a problem with it because my groceries are higher. I went to the grocery store, and this was even, I think it was when the war started off, and I was in the room, and one plastic bag of groceries, I can tell you this, I paid $200 and something, and I had 4 bags, and the 4th bag was like the bread, because you keep that separate. So in reality, it would have been 3 bags. 3 bags of groceries, about $100 per bag. Yeah, it does affect me.
Food products, yes. It will
No
affect
way,
us. Food
food, Patty. There's no way that you should be paying that in food, man. Let me tell you, man, you can get food, man, from bulk suppliers. No way. Man, I used to work for a food company, man, shoot. There's no way. I pay $400 something, and I get a whole big old grocery bag.
That's it. We eat different, baby. Because I've heard what you eat, baby. I can't eat. I can't eat like that. My stomach.
Oh, you're talking about steak and chicken and
You are strong and you're small and you're not a big girl, but you burn a lot of calories. You eat a whole damn meal like we feed. Like I feed my nephew. I don't.
Well, when you had said you only had so many bags for $200, you don't have to buy what I buy for a student. But I'm looking at the price and I'm thinking, God, you should be able to come out there with.
Hold on.
Huh? No, she said $200 something.
Ashton,
Ashton probably buying wholesale.
I can help you out.
Even let me tell you something. Even if I do buy wholesale, right? I can do meat in bulk, right? Because then I can put it in a deep freezer. But I can't do stuff like buy vegetable in bulk because if it's just me, even if it's me and my daughter, if I buy, like she likes the organic apples and I've gotten used to buying those, I only can buy like 2 or 3.
Yeah, that's true.
I can't buy a bag of apples and it just sit there for almost 2 or 3 weeks. It shouldn't be bad.
I gotta help you out.
It's bad after 3 days.
Yeah, it's bad after 3 days. You're right.
He said he gonna help you. He gonna help you. How you gonna help it? You gonna eat it? You
Okay. I appreciate it, Ashton. I think you could help me if I sis, I got a 12 pack of eggs. I buy an 18 pack. The 18 pack will last me. Because I only eat, like, if I make an egg, I only make one egg in the morning. I make a single slice of toast or a bagel. That's it. That's my breakfast.
I'm gonna eat egg all throughout the week. 18. Are you gonna eat 18?
It'll be almost the whole month. So, yeah, I don't eat like that type of food all the time. Or like actually steaks and steaks. You know, even if I buy a big pack of steaks, I cut them up before I put them in the plastic bags when I store them in my freezer. Because like I use half a steak and that's good enough just for me.
You can stretch it out, yeah. And a lot of meat, I tell people, depending on where you live in this country, I mean, some people don't like it, but people don't like doing this, but you find some good deals down there at the local slaughterhouse, okay? People don't like it, but just hold on with me. When all this meat went up in prices, the guys back here, we can get it local. The guy said, I raise all my cows. So you can come down there and pick a cow out and see your cow grow literally to life. You come by and check it out. So you know what you're getting, right? You know the quality of meat.
Does that cow cost?
I don't want to look that bad boy in the eye.
I wanna look at that big old bad boy. Actually, I'm gonna ask you, how much does that cow cost?
Well, some cows can run about $1,500, but you don't have to buy the whole cow.
$1,500. How much does half of it cost?
Well, half of that you could look at around $300 to $500 because you're getting enough to put in a deep freezer. See, you're getting
that motherfucker ain't fancy. No, I'm fancy. You just go. That's the same price as my house. That's the same price as the rent of my yard.
Okay, let's get back to the conversation. Where were we at in this conversation, y'all? Because I just got. We went to food prices. We were talking about Palestine, how long it's actually existed. I'm confused. Where did we go? Alright, one question. Damon said she'll smack a mofo if they say something about Palestine, and she's even.
Allahu Akbar.
Ali Akbar 226. Ahmed, what did you say? What was you saying?
Can you come again?
What did you say last? Just trying to get the conversation back because we went to food prices. Right?
I can say free Palestine. Free Palestine, inshallah.
He's talking about them management in a way like what?
Is he living in Israel? I want to know if he's living in Israel right now. Are you part of the Israel?
What?
Said you live in Israel, Ahmed.
Can't you what?
Are you speaking to me in Turkish?
Turkish? What about Turkish?
Yeah. Okay. Speaking to me in Turkish.
No, I'm not Turkish. I'm from Middle East, but I'm from Egypt, not Turkish. Not Turkey.
All right, let me go back to
I'm from the country.
Eric?
Hold on.
I can barely understand you, brother.
Before anything, I would say I hate Israel.
Uh-uh.
I hate Israel, yes. I wish I could destroy this country by a nuclear bomb.
No, you won't. No, you won't. No, you won't. We don't do that. We don't do that.
You have to be very strong on your words, but don't say it in the wrong negative things, because all you're doing is supporting them. You understand? You're supporting the INDNF. You're supporting the ID.
What that guy, that man talking about blowing them? We ain't doing that, sister. We ain't supporting them.
Ashley, Ashton.
What? So wish y'all was where I was at right now. From outside, man, feeling good now on that pontoon boat out on the lake right now. 95 degrees, feeling like that out here.
Wait. I wanna get in that fountain. Well, what country you at? Well, I mean, I know you're already in America, but I'm just asking you in what region, in what part of the state. You got 50 states.
No, I'm in Texas, but it's nice out here, man. It's nice.
Texas has a river? I didn't know Texas had a river.
We have a lake.
I know.
Okay, y'all, it's too much going on. It's too much. My brain is like frying. Okay, so I'm gonna play this clip. It's talking about Iran expects the war to resume in 48 hours. This is from Crystal.
The Lego, pretty, tell me that's Lego.
Okay, got it. I'm gonna go ahead and play this clip real quick. I'll break in between because this is a little bit longer clip. They are talking about, let me see. They're discussing the Iran war and Iran's expectations for it to resume within the next 48 hours. Let me see. Let me get my ass on goddamn music mode. All right. Wait a minute. Katrina, come up here real quick, because one thing I do need from you. Because we've been, like, trying to talk on it, but we haven't been able to talk on it. And it's kind of crazy when you come in here and nobody speaks on it. But when you're not here, we're looking for you. Can you come up? Hey, Katrina.
Hi.
So we've been trying to like look up information on what's going on in Ukraine, and I'd be like, God damn it, where's Katrina? Then when you come in the room, we're already in a deep conversation, so it's not enough time to. As soon as I'm able to even try to hit you, you disappear. So I know you keep up with Iran. Can you go ahead and brief us what's going on in Iran right now?
Iran or Ukraine?
Not Iran, Ukraine. Sorry, sis.
That's all right. It's pretty much the same thing. I mean, it's the same thing. They're hitting infrastructure, the drones, the Ukraine is firing back. It's the same thing. Nothing major or anything new.
Have they lost more territory? Have they gained more territory?
No.
What is Russia's
Pretty
plan?
much still.
From my understanding, they put a pause on it, and like I think that's dangerous. Allowing them to put that pause allows Russia to fucking rebuild their military, because a lot of that, they have the industry, just like Iran has that industry where they are building within their country. And when you put a pause on, like when they had that, was it about 2 weeks ago? They had their parade. Katrina.
Oh, they only had it on. They didn't really have it fully.
Right. There was
What
no
happened
focus.
The parade. What happened was when you're talking about the pause. What pause? There hasn't been anything officially like ceasefire, nothing.
Oh, they said there was going to be a pause, and that came out of Trump's mouth, and it's supposed to be a 30-day pause. And I was like, you can't do a 30-day pause. They do a 30-day pause.
No, they're not going to agree to that. Russia hasn't agreed to it. Ukraine agrees to it, but Russia hasn't agreed to it.
Okay, well then that's.
They tried to do a pause from May 9th. So Russia demanded for the parade. Russia demanded from Ukraine to do a ceasefire just for that one day. And Ukraine basically said, well, we're not, Ukraine basically said, like, we're not going to do a one-day ceasefire, because they have done that in the past, like on East Easter, let's just say like major holidays, Christmas, Easter. But Russia never stuck to it either way. So Ukraine basically said, we're not going to do a one-day ceasefire anymore. If we're going to do a ceasefire, we're going to do a ceasefire, like an official deal. And Russia then turned around and told Trump that basically Ukraine doesn't want to have a deal for ceasefire. So then Zelensky came out and he said, I want a ceasefire on the 7th. Basically saying, you know, Russia, Putin, you're saying that I don't want to do a ceasefire. Well, here I am. I want to do a ceasefire for the 7th, May 7th. And anyways, of course, Russia wasn't going to agree to it. But no, whatever Trump says that there's going to be a ceasefire, I mean, he said that he was going to end the war in 24 hours. Seriously, there is no real talk about, like, seriously considering or seriously having a ceasefire. That's all BS.
Okay. Well, let me go ahead and go back to this YouTube video real quick. Gonna get my dog some ice cream. You know, idea how nervous.
Ice cream.
The doggy ice cream.
Oh, Lord. Hey, Katrina.
Hi, First Lady.
Not dog ice cream. I'm dead.
Girl, yeah. Doggy ice cream.
I don't have animals that would be eating like me. They probably would be mauled in hell.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and play, y'all.
Also, we've got to look at the economic fallout. Time to start hoarding motor oil, apparently, because there's a dire situation developing there. Shortages imminent. Thomas Massey facing the fight of his life, an onslaught. It's now the most expensive congressional race in history as the Israel lobby pours cash into that race to try to defeat him. We'll preview that. We're also taking a look at new bogus intel that's being laundered on Cuba to try to create a pretext for an invasion. Trump made thousands of trades as president, like more than 3,000 stock trades, including for companies like, Palantir, Nvidia, some top names that you have certainly heard about and that he has certainly been influential in pushing. And we've got a few other corruption stories here as well, including Kash Patel with a VIP snorkeling trip at Pearl Harbor, of all places. So just incredible things happening there.
You or I, they actually banned swimsuits in Pearl Harbor, which I massively support, don't get me wrong, but apparently not for Kash Patel. Now, what I love are all the other government officials who are like, guys, I snorkeled at Pearl Harbor years ago. I'm like, oh, okay, so apparently this is...
We'll go on mute so I can get directly to the...
Somebody got a snorkeling trip or something? Y'all, man.
Alright, so he's going to talk about the war in Iran. He's going to read off some Truth Social posts real quick. So let me go ahead and go through this.
Let's put A1 up there on the screen. So, Donald Trump's latest Truth Social post for Iran. The clock is ticking. They better get moving fast or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence. This is paired actually with some new analysis from Trita Parsi. Let's go ahead and put this up here on the screen, which he released late last night. He said the Middle East is once again teetering on the brink as Trump appears to reignite war with Iran. While Trump's threats of war may be theater designed to face Tehran into submission, Tehran expects the U.S. to attack it within the next 48 hours. We should recognize that restarting the war amounts to an admission that the previous escalatory gambit has failed. That in turn was in itself an admission that the war had failed, which was an admission that the threats of war in January had already failed. As I argued before, this relentless search for an escalatory silver bullet capable of bringing Iran to its knees is not unique to Trump. It has become a defining pathology of American Iran policy for decades. I just think it's incredibly well said. Succinct, summarizes everything, but the top line news there from Trija Parsi is that his sources in Tehran believe that the war will restart within the next 48 hours. It does seem to fit with all of this clock is ticking, some of these exchanges of negotiations, all of which have failed, and we'll get into some of the details. But it does seem basically inevitable at this point. The ceasefire has now been longer than the actual war itself. Nothing has been accomplished. The amount of oil remains at a trickle. Iran still retains control of the Strait of Hormuz. The global oil markets remain disastrous. And, we here in the United States today, I actually think this weekend will be the weekend where a lot of Americans wake up. It's Memorial Day weekend. It's probably the first time they're going to be on the road for several hours. People are really going to be interacting with those gas prices, probably more so than normal. And then the sticker shock of just, $4.50 a gallon nationally, or if you live in California, well over $6, I think that's going to hit home. And also, as people, I've been seeing already tweets, a lot of viral ones, people who are booking flights for summer travel. We're like, oh my God, right? Yeah. They're like, not doing that again anytime soon. So you couple those two things together, I actually think this weekend could be a turning point.
I think you could be right about that. And for many millions of Americans, it's really already hit home where, they were already struggling, and now just to fill up a tank of gas, be able to get to work is becoming an impossibility. We're already seeing the way that people at the lower end of the income scale have had to cut back. Of course, the wealthy will be unaffected because to them, the increase in gas prices is really like, it's barely a blip on the radar. And those are the people that Trump is talking to, and those are the people that Trump is thinking about. More on that in the economic section. But I fear that you're correct about this, because the current situation with the Strait of Hormuz closed really is an unsustainable situation for the U.S. and truly for the globe. That economic noose is only going to continue to tighten. And then you've got the Israelis and the neocons here in the U.S. who are certainly pushing for a return to hostilities. Lindsey Graham made the rounds on the Sunday shows yesterday. This is A3. Let's take a listen to his push for renewed airstrikes.
The status quo is hurting us all. The longer the strait is closed, the more we try to pursue a deal that never happens, the stronger Iran gets. So, my analysis is there's nothing to suggest that the people in charge now are any different in terms of the regime's goal to terrorize the world, destroy Israel, come after us. So what do you do next? You weaken them further. What President Trump has done has been amazing militarily, but there's still more targets to be had, and there's things we can do to hurt the energy infrastructure is their soft underbelly. If you go back to the fight, I'd put energy on top of the list.
I want to couple that with A7, if we can put this up on the screen, which is that Trump and Bibi had a call yesterday, and there was also a security meeting inside of Israel. And if you think about the timing on all of this, Sabra, of course, Trump just back from this trip to China, it would make sense that he wanted to sort of pause a return to hostilities until he got through that particular trip. If there were ongoing hot hostilities during his trip to China, that could be a little bit awkward, a little uncomfortable, may undermine some of the very minimal deals that he was able to do there. I mean, he really returned with basically nothing anyway, but you can imagine why this timing would make some sense, and why also the reality is setting in. He was fed a bunch of bullshit that he chose to believe from FDD and other sources of, if we just blockade their blockade, then within days, this is what they were truly selling. Within days, Iran's whole economy will collapse and their oil wells are going to explode. Remember when Trump said that? It has to be setting in now. Okay, that plan is not going to work out. Not that Iran isn't suffering and that there isn't economic damage, but they are able to withstand that a lot longer, frankly, than we can, because their pay tolerance is much, much higher. So the logic is very likely within the administration to be that was offered by Lindsey Graham, or that Emily and I covered last week was offered by Eric Erickson. He said the only way out is through. We can't stay in this position, so we have to just go back. One more bombing campaign. Maybe we have to do that ground invasion. Those are the sorts of things that are being contemplated right now.
Look, unfortunately, there's a relative inevitability to this thing. He either surrenders or he escalates all the way. He doesn't want to either, and so he's going to continue. This is where Robert Pape's analysis of the escalation trap is so important. And remember, we always say this, is that we always think of history in terms of a linear fashion. No, it takes a lot. If you go and you read the history of the Second World War, it took 2 years before the United States was even involved. There's a lot of stuff that happened. There were multi-month periods where literally nothing but we don't think about that in retrospect. We were in a short pause, actually, even in the long sweep of history, 30-something days. It's really nothing. But the inevitability of where things must end up, it really was decided on the very day that the war itself was launched. Can we put A4 up here on the screen? This is from the latest military action that took place. And this is very interesting, by the way. Drone strikes UAE near UAE nuclear power plant as U.S. and Iran signal they're prepared to resume the war. But here's kind of what's interesting. A drone strike sparked a fire on the edge of the Seoul nuclear power plant in the UAE on Sunday in what the authorities called an unprovoked terrorist attack. No one was blamed, but it highlighted the risk of renewed war. Now, the UAE had previously said that the strikes came from the West. So they're like, oh, okay, well, let's take a look at a map. There's a lot of countries to the west of the UAE. Who could they be? And I mean, the crazy thing is it could be a variety of different countries. It could be Saudi Arabia because they're currently in some sort of a, a dust-up. Could be.
Wait a minute, did y'all hear about the UAE, attack? I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, I heard it this morning.
So they attacked a nuclear power plant?
Yeah, but they didn't hit it they didn't hit it with like a missile. It was a drone. It didn't do any like serious damage or anything. But I think it was just like a posture thing that like and Iran did not take responsibility for it. They're denying it completely. So
Who did it then?
but it is pretty crazy.
That's crazy.
They playing in our face.
Well, yeah, I wonder, man, and that's such a beautiful part of the world, man. I wouldn't want to see anybody's towns or anything destroyed, but man, that there is beautiful over there. I don't know what to tell people, but my God, if you've ever been there, shoot, it's real nice, and the chocolate there, a lot better than what we got here. I'm just saying.
You talking about milk chocolate?
She talking about that nasty ass Dubai chocolate. Oh, them nuts in it.
Hold on, sister. It's different levels to that kind of chocolate. You get the stuff kind of like alcohol in this country. If it's on the bottom shelf or some crap, it'll taste horrible. No, they go to a back room, they get you the good chocolate, not the crap sitting on the shelf. Oh no, this is beautiful chocolate, man. This chocolate here is gorgeous, not stuff just sitting in packages all day. This was chocolate that the guy handmade there at the restaurant. This wasn't some stuff in a wrapper. It was not.
Is it milk chocolate? That's all I need to know. Because if it's dark chocolate, it's probably a little bitter.
No, it's not dark chocolate.
It's not.
It's not dark chocolate. You know what? Is Beaver in here? Beaver did well. He's trained Peter well. Peter hasn't came off mic. I've noticed when I come to support Beaver and Matt Cool in their room, how Peter speaks when it's time for him to speak. Kudos to you, Beaver. You've taught this kid well. Peter, do you have anything you want to say, babe? I don't know what they did. I don't know if they beat you. Beaver, did you beat him? Because we couldn't tame this young bull.
I mean, he hasn't said a word. Are you sleeping?
Girl, do you know I noticed that in Beaver's room that he'll say something but he'll go on mute. And I was like, this motherfucker know how to act right. So I let him come up on stage today, and he's actually being a good kid.
Yeah, that's crazy. There's hope for us all.
Beaver over here beating him. I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna blame Beaver and Matt Cole. I think they beating the shit out of him, and we just don't know it. And he had time to change his PTR, so I know he's there. He had on his construction hat that was leaning to the side like a drunk alcoholic earlier. So something's going on. But any comments on the, I just wanted to shout Peter out for being a good kid. Go ahead, Katrina.
Oh, I remember something that I sent you a couple of days ago. I back channeled you the video. It's basically a POW in Ukrainian, Ukrainians to POWs, and this is a POW. And he pretty much described the whole scam of how Russia is taking and
It wasn't in
bringing people
English.
from.
The one you sent me wasn't in English.
They have English subtitles, and you can dub over now on YouTube automatically in English.
Okay, explain to me the video because I watched it a little bit and I was like, I think she wants me to interpret it.
Well, no.
Somehow by her body language. I didn't know.
No. I'm surprised you didn't get it like automatically dubbed over in English. I always get them dubbed over in English, and I have to switch it back to Russian or to Ukrainian. So basically, Russia is what they're doing is really heavily bringing in a lot of people from African countries, and especially the ones that they have had the Wagner in. And what they're doing is what this guy is saying. Of course, you can't, he could totally be lying. But he was basically saying he's from not Somalia. Oh my God, the one that just had a war recently as well.
Eritrea.
Really bad one.
Mali, Eritrea.
Sudan. Which country? Because all of them have.
Oh God.
Northern Nigeria, where Muslims are fighting Muslims. Which country? The Congo.
I know how it is in Russian, but it's very different in Russian than in English.
Is it in? We're in Africa.
Mali. There we go.
Okay.
I think it was from Mali.
Igor said it. Igor said it.
Yeah. There we
Get
go.
up here, Igor, so you can help my sister out.
So he was basically saying that he was recruited by a friend of his who has a friend who is like a son of the consulate, and they have a whole basically human trafficking thing going on where they offer people to go to work in Russia. They give them work visas, and they come over there. They give them the military contract, and they would have another Mali guy there who is part of this whole thing, and he will basically say, yeah, you're signing a work contract. So basically, he couldn't even read the contract, and then they, bust them all together. He said it was 30 Mali people with him, and they were thinking they were going to like a work project, right? Like a whole, thing from Moscow. He had no idea that they brought him into Ukraine. They brought him into the training facility, and he was saying how they were racially, not even discriminated, but like physically abused, tied to trees because they wanted to run away. And they were saying that's not what they signed up for. Verbally, physically abused. And then they pushed them to the front lines, sent them right to the front. And when they decided to when the commander said that he's not going to go any more further because it's death, the Russians started shooting them with artillery. And out of the 30 people that was with him, he was the only one that survived, and that's because he hid in the bushes for like 2 days or something like that. And he said when other Mali soldiers with him were raising their hands up and running towards the Ukrainians because they weren't far, Russians were killing them on purpose. And he was pleading like not to be sent back to Russia, not to be part of the prisoner exchange. But pretty much that is the scam that they're doing. And out of the 30 people, he's the only one that survived.
Oh wow. Alright, I was trying to get off mute. Any other comments on the video or what Katrina provided as information to keep us up on Ukraine? You need to come at least once a day, Ukraine. Ukraine, Katrina, to give us updates.
There isn't that much news. It's all the same thing. Literally. It's all, I don't know. It's like
Sometimes those things pop up and we'll be reading it and we'll be like, damn it, where's Katrina?
I take notes with your questions and then I'll pop up once a day so you can ask me.
So we can harass you. All right. How your baby doing?
Good. We're just busy. End of the year, end of the school year. 2 more days. That's it.
Yay. All right, babe. I'm gonna go ahead and continue playing this video.
Israel potentially, wanting to like restart the war or to pressure them. It could also, again, theoretically, it could be Iran from some sleeper drone, platform or something, or maybe it flew in a different direction. But it just highlights like the 40th order chaos that has come now as a result of the war. The UAE has left OPEC. Oh my God, I was just reading it yesterday. The effect on the Qatari economy from the war hasn't been nearly as publicized because we've all been focused on gas or on oil. The natural gas holdup of all of that LNG, some 20% of the world's LNG just held up, and then the dramatic reduction in the Ras Laffan gas field. I mean, that is already cascading across the global economy, but they are having to change multi-year projections for their own investments and their economy. Like, this could be an extinction event if it continues for the Qatari economy. Like, you may literally see it, just like with the First World War, like you may go into a war which you expect to be 70 days, a nice little war, which is what they originally thought it would be, and you may literally watch the destruction of all of these different houses and monarchies. And what we're basically watching in all of this is the U.S. and even Iran, to a certain extent, who are in a level of limbo where they both overestimate their relative strength. We've talked a little bit about this, and this is not to say that Iran is not in a very, very strong position, but they can still be eliminated if the full force of the military is there. This is part of what tightens the escalation trap. Let's put the next one up there on the screen just to highlight, how strong their demands are and why any American, how strong Washington's demands are, and why Iran, while it has any fight left in it whatsoever, cannot agree to this. So, for example, here's Washington's. There will be no payment of reparations or compensation by the U.S. There will be a removal and transfer of 400 kilograms of enriched uranium from Iran to the U.S. Only one Iranian nuclear facility will remain operational. There will be no release of even 25% of Iran's frozen assets. A halt to the war on all fronts contingent on completing negotiations first. And then Iran has its own preconditions, which are the war must end on all fronts, a lifting of all sanctions, a release of all assets, a compensation for war demands, and U.S. recognition of Iran's sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. There's no universe in which this even can come together. Yeah. And that's despite all of the rhetoric. So even though both, Iran is stronger in a strategic position, but it did definitely take some of a pounding, not nearly as much as we were originally told. Mm-hmm. The U.S. has expended, God only knows, tens of billions. Probably. I would say what the real cost of the war is, without even fuel and the amount that we've all paid, probably closer to 60 to 70 billion, even at this point, considering all the carrier strike groups, all the munitions. That doesn't even mention all of the lost, production timeline, etc. But when I see, though, that for them, Trump, because of his image and really of the blow that this has already given to the global empire, everything just seems to be pointing in that direction where they want to restart.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the situation with the UAE and, this drone strike, which the drones came over the UAE's border with Saudi Arabia. That's where they came from. Now Saudi say, it wasn't us. But the UAE already thought that the Saudis were behind some strikes on their infrastructure, particularly at Fujairah. The Saudis think the UAE has been behind some strikes on their territory with regard to their critical oil energy infrastructure. And the fact that you have them messing around, you got Israel doing God knows what and trying to foment God knows what, makes the whole thing even more volatile because you have so many more players with other agendas involved than just the U.S. and Israel and Iran. So that's part of what makes the situation so incredibly dangerous. But I mean, just to put one other piece of information that we've got here, put A8 up on the screen of potentially kinetic action. This is looking fairly solid at this point. According to open source intelligence monitor, OSINT Defender, wreckage visible in circulating photos and videos shows an MQ-9 drone, Reaper drone, having been hit and struck by the Houthis in Yemen. They each are worth approximately $30 million, according to DropSite here, and they're saying that, you know, there have been at least 24 of those downed over Iran, about 20 by the Houthis in Yemen, so yet another one of those being taken out, it appears, based on what we can tell from open source intelligence monitoring. But, you know, the logic of this thing seems to only go in one direction, because Assadar is just putting up there the demands from the Iranians and the demands from the U.S. The U.S. demands are just frankly delusional. You know, we lost this war. We lost it strategically, not to say we couldn't go back in and, you know, pound the hell out of the Iranians again if we want to, but in terms of accomplishing our strategic objectives, we totally and completely failed. They emerge with some, you know, some cards, to use the Trumpian terminology, that they did not have in the past, that we're not going to be able to take away. And so the fact that you have provisions in there that are more aggressive than what was being contemplated before this war is just delusional. It's insane. They're going to ship their enriched uranium to the U.S. That's one of the supposed provisions that we're pushing here. We're saying absolutely no sanctions relief. We're not going to unfreeze your assets. That's going to be a hard no from the Iranians. So as much as there's been, you know, some kind of dialogue and back and forth and potential negotiations, you can see from his positions that Trump is not willing to take the ego hit and humiliation and go out and try to sell this thing that would be required. I thought he made a very revealing comment last week to Sean Hannity when he said, like, well, you know, maybe I don't care. I'm paraphrasing, obviously. I don't care actually that much about the nuclear dust, but I kind of promised this thing, the fake news media is going to be all over me if I don't get it, so I guess I'm committed to it. There's a lot of truth to that. He has backed himself into a corner now where even though he is, you know, the bullshit artist in chief, he doesn't even think he could sell what he could get at the negotiating table right now as a win. The current situation, the economic news tightening, the status quo, that is not sustainable. That was something that, you know, some people had hoped. I think Joe Kent kind of hoped, like, maybe we can just kind of muddle through and not come to an official deal, but hope that we can ride this thing out. That is not looking like it's sustainable. And you've got all these neocons in his ear, and the Israelis pushing, like, let's go back in. One more bombing campaign, one more ground invasion. Let's do something so you can establish a win. And I fear that logic is going to be compelling to him.
It's very LBJ-esque. LBJ, I'm not going to be the first president to ever lose a damn war. He would say it over and over again in the Situation Room. And the thing that was always comforting about bombs and escalation is that there's a theoretical payoff, whereas you know what the actual outcome will be. That's why it takes genuine courage to say, this is madness. We can't keep doing this anymore. Like, that's heroism. What's cowardly is what every president did in Afghanistan. Like, oh, this time we're going to get them. This time we'll do this surge. This time we'll continue to go forward. Saying, you know, first you go from 3,000 advisors to 6,000. That didn't do the job. So 10,000, 100,000. Oh, well, if we escalate the bombing and then this, you know, Operation Rolling Thunder, that will break the back of the Vietnamese. You can see how easy that is to fall for, because these generals, you know, they got their uniforms, you got this vast array of empire at your disposal. That's the easy option to always go down.
Yeah.
The check on that is supposed to be politics.
Well, and Trump loves dropping those bombs. He loves the visuals of it. He feels powerful, and he feels like a man. He pegs that to put together a highlight reel for him, a 2-minute highlight reel for him soon, to feel like he's big, strong, tough, powerful guy. He's sort of addicted to that stuff is the other dangerous thing here. So, you know, and I don't think he's the first president to be that way. I think he takes it, obviously, to another level.
He takes it to the nth degree.
Yeah.
There's an element of there's an egomaniacal element of this, which is inherent to, like, all of them. And I also think, as his polls drop, what is the role, you know, not only did his polls drop, do they even have a bill? Like, if the Republicans are going to win the midterms, what are they going to do? They don't even bother telling you. Like, they literally don't even tell you, here's what we're going to do with the presidency and the House and the Senate. There's no it's not even about vision. There's no plan whatsoever. It's basically just like, we will continue to be Trump's slaves, like here in the House. You're like, oh, okay, well, you know, it doesn't seem all that different from right now. It doesn't seem to be going well. But they have the control of the global empire, which they have total authority. And now, especially with Congress having given up even its checks on war and peace, I mean, this this is as close to a king as you will ever see, right? And let's put A7 up there on the screen. Here is Netanyahu apparently speaking with Trump amid reports that Israel and the U.S. are preparing Iran strike. Remember this, the Israeli media reports this like every week about preparing for Iran strikes. But, you definitely do need to treat it seriously. The PM will convene a limited security cabinet. The drone strikes on the UAE nuclear station, and Iranian media saying that the U.S. has offered no concrete concessions and demands a shutdown of all but one nuclear facility. So there have been talks back and forth, phone calls with Prime Minister Netanyahu and with Trump. When I talked about that convenience element and how easy they will sell you a vision, that's what Netanyahu is doing right now. He's all up in his ear. He's like, hey, we can do this. All we got to do is restart. All we got to do is take out these nuclear power plants, or all we got to do is take out this energy infrastructure, and that one will, finally drive them to the negotiating table. So I don't know. In terms of what's breaking right now, I saw a little bit of news. Tasmin had reported that maybe the U.S. would waive oil sanctions, and as we continue to go forward with some sort of potential negotiation. Just always keep in mind, like, these people are always fading and bluffing, and Trump has said probably every week of the war that the war will be over in just a few weeks. There have also been multiple instances where he's used diplomacy as a cover. And there's also been multiple instances where it looked like the war was about to restart. Like, remember the infamous, we will wipe out their civilization before he eventually blinks. So we don't know what is going to happen. It is noteworthy, at the very least, to me, that they are saying right now they expect the war to continue in the next 48 hours, even though there's some, the U.S. has floated this viewing sanctions, temporary lifting of sanctions on Iranian oil, which they actually did beforehand as well. So they could go back in some sort of a reversal as well. I really don't know.
Well, and it's also Monday morning, which means Trump may be itching to manipulate the markets. Right now, stock futures are down, oil is up. The U.S. bond.
I'll put on pause on there, and that's it, because we're talking about the U.S. bonds and all this other shit and manipulation of markets and what inflation looks like. So, yeah, any comments, y'all, on what's going on in Iran? Ed, you had left, and we were like, damn, we told him to put pause, and I wish I asked him where he stopped at on the rest of that.
Oh, sorry about that. Jeez. We had gotten so far from it, I completely forgot about it.
So that's what I was like, let me play this video on the next 48 hours in Iran, or what's going on. Hey, Reformed. You got my message? You check your back.
I'm just busy today. I'm just logging in for the first time. Y'all are weak.
I sent you a funny.
You had them going last night, girl.
Oh my God.
Let me finish.
That was so crazy.
Oh my God.
Child, I walked into the middle of it. And when I walked into the middle of it, I was like, why in the hell is somebody top left?
Because, I don't know. I think
Wait. So I know you were late in the room because you were like number 4 or number 3 or something like that. But I was like, what the hell is going on? And then I'm just listening, coming in, and it was a conversation between 2 people, and then someone trying to have the conversation too. So I don't know what happened before that. I really didn't care at the time. It's just, I was like, no, we're not doing that in here, y'all.
You know what's funny about all that? They were born and raised in the South. I'll say that.
All of them?
No.
Who?
The one that's usually top left in their own room.
Oh, I can tell.
Okay.
But the crazy thing is, after we did all that, I closed that room it was 6 o'clock this morning.
Woo!
And after we did all that, we started talking business. Me, Jim, and I, Jonathan, and we had other people, and then we clowned a little bit, but then we literally started talking business. And then Jonathan was like, you about to close the room? I said, heck yeah. I said, I ain't been to sleep. And First Lady and Patty will set up, and I said, plus if the room stays open like 24 hours, it messes up the algorithm. I remember you saying that in the past.
So we fall down to the bottom.
So he set up a new room, and I was like, I'll advertise your room. But we made up and everything, and we were like, yeah, we'll have to do like some joint venture business rooms. But yeah, wasn't that crazy, y'all? We were just all hollering. But when I came into it, Petty, I don't know if y'all already talked about it. It was Mimi and Gemini, and Bonnet was talking about how they referred to people as the help. So that was the original argument, and then I guess the Californians came in, because a bunch of them came in. They tried to jump us. They tried to jump us, Butter, remember? And then we started banging, because it's like it was the South versus California, and then it became Texas versus California. So we were hollering, y'all, at 2:00 in the morning. Then Patty came in and wrecked ship. Y'all stop! Like we all got fussed at. It was funny as hell.
Yeah, I was like, y'all, not tonight. And I said, yeah, that's what I said. And the wrong person is top left. I said, y'all don't have no
Yeah, I'm not sure how that happened.
When it comes to this room, like, I ain't got time. Look, I don't give a fuck about losing the house, but y'all not going to have me lose my goddamn profile.
Yeah, that was crazy. I'm not sure how that happened.
I'll be pissed off if we lost the house, but I'll be super pissed off if my account gets suspended, because my account gets suspended behind the goddamn house.
Yeah, I was clipped. That is not fun to be clipped like that. All of those connections, all of that everything, like, yeah, that sucks. We can't let that happen, but
5 years of work.
That was a crazy, but we ended up being nice. I was like, look, we made Patty proud. She's asleep, but everybody made nice. We had nice conversation for like what, y'all, an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Now, lady, if you would have came in the room, you would have lost your mind too, because these motherfuckers is, child. And then the wrong, for me, definitely, the wrong person was top left. He cool and all, but no, you're not gonna be top left in here. You're not even supposed to be modded in here. So I was like, the hell y'all fighting about?
I turned over at 3 in the morning and saw where they were opening, and it was 3 something, and they were opening another room. I was like, oh, hell no.
They opened the room?
Yeah, they opened another room after they closed this one.
Oh, Lord. Oh, that had to be around 6.
Wait a minute, this is the first time
I think Hurricane, Reformed, and all of them stayed together in that room until she closed it. Because when I went to sleep, Hurricane was still with.
3 is like 6 o'clock East Coast time.
Oh yeah, you're on the East Coast. I forgot.
I'm on the West Coast.
West Coast. West Coast. Sorry.
I think sometimes, like, if there's a evening shift. Now, I do remember. Sorry, y'all. Listening to supposed to be listening to a training I don't want to listen to.
Oh, we tried to do that even to help Lisa out when she was like taking care of some other things for about a week or two. That shit was too much because I fall asleep at a certain time.
Well, I mean, I'm just a support for you and First Lady, but I can we're talking house business, but I guess that's okay. I remember like
Oh, you a night owl. I think you better be at night.
I am a night owl.
Yeah.
I'm a little, so I guess we'll go back to what we used to do. First Lady, remember, like, if one of us would close out the house, like if we were leaving or going to sleep. So, yeah, I can go back to that. But I can help support in the night, because y'all got the daytime going, because we got to keep politically correct. This is the jewel of Clubhouse. And so many people tell me how important this room is to them. I don't always tell y'all, ladies, because y'all hear it so much. But a lot of people really love this space, enjoy this space, need this space. And they get a lot of news, right? They get a lot of updates, and they like the banter. This is home for them. So, because I get those back channels too. Why isn't the room open? Is everything okay? did something happen?
Yeah, that's a good point. I've never verbalized it, but I'm very grateful for the space. I want to, thank you for that.
Yeah, but I think we've gotten a little toxic over the last year. I'm gonna be honest with you, last 6 months. And we've always would attack, but we've gotten a little too toxic. We've never gotten reported, but for somebody to tell me that my house got reported and it's been reported 3 times before, I was like, I said, yo, I know I'll be spazzing. But the thing is, he told me the reason why it was never a suspension is because I wasn't ever in the room. He just wanted to give me a warning because, I'm like, damn, I haven't been in the room. So obviously, when he said that, I know for a fact since around December, I've told myself, and then even me and my friend has been talking. It's yeah, I'll do the morning thing, and if I pop in, it's because I'm bored as hell, and that's just popping in after I'm done with playing Meet the Press or whatever it is. So I know if he's saying that, because before I used to at least keep my PTR in the room. If I'm not in the room, I know this had to start around December. And then a particular thing that was said, now I have to text lady and ask her if she remembers somebody saying this to somebody. It was a word that was said, but he said I wasn't in the room at the time, and he just wanted me to be aware of what's happening and what's happening.
And it is hard. Shout out to First Lady, because I don't think people realize I run my own space, but not consistently having 100 people. In the past, I have, but I had core mods too to help support. And it's really difficult, y'all. So I'm gonna further give y'all your props. It is really difficult to cordon off your time, your life, eat in between, schedule the rooms, even coming up with the title. Or these people. I had somebody to do my titles because I'm not good at titles, right? So I don't think y'all realize how much work goes into this. It's not like just logging in and, you know what I'm saying, having a room schedule. So I remember last time, ladies, we did the Cash App thing, but the ladies are shy, so we won't do that. But we definitely need to show our appreciation by helping them to keep it a great space, right? And shout out to Clubhouse for recognizing that Politically Correct is a great space. So I will definitely show up more. I should, as part of one of the original support people for the space, and because y'all, we need to, right? We still got work to do. The slush fund was just created. We do a great service. Y'all do a great service getting information out to people, and we cannot let the space go away because it's too necessary. So definitely giving y'all your props. I believe in giving folks their flowers. Shout out to First Lady. Shout out to Patty. Shout out to the support mods. But we'll definitely take care of that for you, Patty.
You know what's crazy, y'all? Y'all don't realize this. Do y'all know this space? We opened this space. So originally it was PhD. Then Corey told me to use his house because, and I was like, you know what? I don't care. I was doing it as a public space, just like when I work out, it was 2 hours, bang, boom, I'm done, right? And the room grew for let's say 70, 80 people. And that's what attracted PhD and his little crew to come and listen in the morning when I'd work out. But the thing that's crazy about it is I went to PhD asked me to come over there. I only went over there to be a mod in his room because of Kamala. And because it was too fucking toxic with those male chauvinists over there, and he's the homie, but sometimes he says some shit that's a little out of line. And I was like, yeah, I can't. I gotta go. And it was Corey that said use my house because at the time, the only houses I have, if you look at my name, it was under Hood Talk. There's people on the dark side that'll put me on their house just to save it in case they get clipped. It's Hood Talk. It's Opinionated. It was Marimbo. They'd be like, yo, I need you to just at least hold my house as a second person. So that's the only reason why there's extra houses under my name. Even one of the houses that's on here, it's because somebody that got fucking kicked off a Clubhouse. What is it called? Kermit, whatever, Poppin', whatever. Motherfucker got kicked off a Clubhouse, and then I ended up being the owner. That ain't my house. That's somebody else's house. But it's crazy because I never had a house. And in a year and a half, me, Lady Mel, Just, a reformed, Van, the ones, honestly, the ones that really, really, really grew it in the beginning will be the Lady, the Mel, and will be reformed. Because those were the 4 major mods. Everybody else was in and out, in and out, in and out. I'll be a mod for about 5 months. I get mad, I'm gonna disappear for 3. Those were the major ones for at least a year. And to get to the numbers we got in like a year and a half, y'all, like we got 26,000 people. Or is it 26, 22, something like that? What do we got? 24,000 people in a year and a half. And that's with us being biracial dummies. Some of y'all that's in here that made rooms or even sat in a room and talk shit about us and still come up in this motherfucker. But we still fucking laugh and giggle with you motherfuckers and still fucking keep the room going. Reform do get crazy. Me and her get crazy. That's why she told me be careful because I'm gonna end up being her.
Yeah. We're family, y'all. We get on each other's nerves, but then we take breaks, and it's necessary. Y'all know this app can be a lot.
Well, even Reform has been there every time. Even if it's a problem, it's like she might disappear for a week, but she come back. And a lot of times she just don't disappear from here. She just from the app because she got to take her mental health break.
Oh yeah.
She come in, even if she's pissed off, even if it's for an hour or 2 hours, but she come in. There's 4 major people that actually built this room, at least up until 16K up until last September, that was here every fucking day, all day. Whether we popped in and out, it was made, like I said, Mel, Reformed, and Lady, and myself. Every day.
And you created it for ladies. That's even in the original setup of the room, if y'all read it. And shout out to space for women. And remember, that was a huge part that she wanted women to have a safe space to come and have these conversations. Because it was not safe for women always across other rooms. And First Lady's room. Yep. I remember how bad those other rooms got, like really, really, really bad.
Like women don't know what to fucking talk about. Women don't know politics. Like we don't fucking know how to fucking read. Like, do you know what's so sad about this situation? Even up until now, sometimes we rely on some of these men to have the conversation. Because even if a woman has an opinion based off of some factual information that she may have read, y'all motherfuckers don't bow your head up and down like, yeah, she might be right, until another man says it.
And that burns me up.
Don't it? But that's the only reason why we have male minds, honestly. Because a lot of times we need the males to be like, yep. And then we can say in our head, we said it first. Right? We don't have to say it on here like, yo, didn't we just say it? I know at one time in the beginning, I used to be like, so it took this guy to say something for y'all to be like, okay. When we just said the same fucking thing. No, because he was saying, you know what, I don't care. But after a while, I had to be like, you know what, let the men speak. Because sometimes you say enough as a woman, and then let the male fucking ride it out. Because a lot of y'all don't even speak. Go ahead.
That's what they do. They end up crashing out on each other. Most of the time, they end up crashing out.
But yeah, there's a lot of smart women on here. Katrina Smart, I love Katrina. When it comes to Ukraine, let me tell y'all a secret. You know why me and Katrina are attached at the hip? Because she's one of the females. She know more about motherfucking y'all motherfuckers be on here, including Brad. And Brad know I love him. I know a lot of y'all hate him and call him a racist. But we talk about weapon systems and shit. That's the only other chick I can talk to on this whole app. I can't even talk to another male about fucking weapons. Me and Katrina can talk about fucking equipment, weapons, trajectory. We be on it. Like, I'll be like, how you know? The first time, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Who told you that? I was reading something. I don't know. She might be a little touched or something because she ain't even in the military. So I think she might be touched. She might be a serial killer in the future, or she might bomb one of these buildings. I ain't a friend at that moment. But I loved her because, like, I could talk to her about Pack 3s, Pack 2s, freaking HIMARS. Like, she knows 5.56. She knows. She knows stuff when it comes to fucking weapons. And I hate guns, but I love knowing about trajectory. I love, like, watching shit go boom. I just don't want it in my house like that. But women are smart, and sometimes we like just ignore what we're saying because we can get really emotional. Some of us, I know I do. Oh yeah,
men be getting emotional too.
Yeah, but you know they only know when we get emotional. Shit, Ashton get emotional too. My poor Ashton, and she be trying to defend us. I do say that. Sometimes she try to defend us. Sometimes be like, Ashton, what the hell you talking about? Get off that conversation. When she be like, women, you get along with all the women in here. So you need to stop saying that. Keep that shit to yourself. And women in the past, them ain't real. They not real. You get along with all the ladies in here. We all fucking protect you.
Yeah, man, I used to come on this app in the morning, man. I can't do that no more. I told people, man, I can't be getting up in the morning arguing. I said, I'm gonna go down here and go to a pool. So that's why y'all don't see me on this app in the morning or go unload the truck. I'm not with some people on this app to be mean. I was in a room last night in the news talking about you're gay, you look like a man. I said, bro, how old are you? I ain't 25, 5. I'm 40 years old. I done heard all this stuff, and I just when you become a certain age, it's not to say it doesn't hurt you, but you just don't care. You know what I mean? And when you out here living your life, you really honestly can't care what people think about you because they ain't paying the bills. And like these old folks say, they ain't Motel 6. They ain't keeping no lights on for you, man. So as they put money in your pocket, don't listen to most people unless it's good advice. It's some of the people being mean. I don't listen to people on this app. It's just good advice. Y'all have given me good advice and things like that. And one of the advice I took, don't be on her a lot. I don't. I mainly come on her in the evening because I just don't have the time. You know what I'm saying? I come on here, Patty, have a good time, but I know I be joking a lot about.
Yeah, but no more saying women you don't get it because there's women that get along with you. All of them.
I like that.
And 420 love you. They take care of you. Laura, I ain't see you in a long time, boo. Where you been? And I know your daughter got married, so what's going on?
Girl, hi, how are you? I've been in your room. You haven't been here. I've been here for the last 2 days, and you weren't in here. I don't know where you were, but I was in here listening to everybody. I hope everyone's doing well. And Ashton, I just wanted to say to you, I remember you, and we met in Million Marathon. You are one of my favorite people on this app. So don't get it twisted. Women support women. So we got you, girl. And it's great to hear from you, Pat.
I miss my mom. Laura's my sister from Million Marathon, DTN, Pop Up and Lose Room, Pop Up and You don't remember her? She got changed her name. She be fighting. Laura, a little fighter, or her little be fighting.
Yeah, I still am. Like, don't get it twisted. Like, yeah, I listen a lot. I don't come up. I listen. But if I got something to say, you know I'm raising my hand, Patty.
Yeah. We do appreciate y'all supporting us as much as y'all have. We appreciate y'all supporting our sister, Lisa, Misa, Cookies and Ice Cream, whatever her name is today, but we always know her as Lisa. Now it's Lisa. But yeah, we appreciate you, and we appreciate y'all. And on Sundays, from now on, there is a room, our sister room from Reformed, and she had a really good room this Sunday.
Yeah, thank you, Patty, for coming through. Because I think we all need a political break, right? Like I know a lot of us, we talk about this on the app, we talk about it off the app because we just talk about politics and we're well informed and there's just a lot that's going on. So I appreciate that, Patty. Yeah, we had a great space. We talked about market sectors,
discretionary spending.
Discretionary, consumer discretionaries, consumer staples. We talked about energy. And I have some really awesome people that can talk about investments. Ed be in there. Ed be contributing. Shout out to Ed. We can't get him on stage in there, but in the chat, there's a lot of investors on the app. Some people have their own spaces. I don't do the trading and options, but if anybody wants to learn that, I know some people that do. Like I've literally seen their portfolios and their numbers. I need to learn actually because they do really well. They're not like they don't have nothing against the people with the master classes, but they have their own spaces where they talk about stuff like they really get into the detail. My house is called Money Markets and Power, and y'all know Zobama.
So people can start.
Oh well, thanks, Patty. Zobama is crazy, but Zobama is Haitian, young, married. Let's see, double income, no kids. Y'all know a lot of young people have that. He basically came from being impoverished to having a net worth over $2 million, and he tells the world about it. He's like my little brother. We argue like how we argue, y'all. I argue with Obama. Obama is crazy, but he is happy to teach anybody about. He just loves investing and how it basically learning about it really helped him. Yeah, because do you think that you grew up poor in this country until you really hear from someone grew up in Haiti that had it really, really, really hard? His person is crazy. Shout out to Haitian too. I don't know. Every single Haitian that I know, there's something about their resilience, y'all. I don't know what it is. I mean, even like ML, it just, the business minded, I guess. At least on the app. So, but thank you. But yeah, shout out to y'all.
You gotta pin your room to the top, cause
oh, I am. I'm slow, child. I'm
y'all join the room. Her room starts at 7:30.
7:30 Eastern, 6:30 p.m. Central. And it's a completely different me, y'all. I know that we bang. Even TC came in there. Yeah, TC came in there one day and we were talking business, and y'all know I can't stand his ass. So yeah, it's a good educational space. And it comes through Jane, so we appreciate it. It's just information, no financial advice. It's just information.
I was there to troll.
Patty ended up giving some great info, though, y'all. We talked about stock certificates, and it's just a good space, good sister space. So thank you, women supporting women. We are family. Me, First Lady, and Patty. Y'all know, we're family. Just like family gets on your nerves sometimes. I know I get on their nerves. We take a break, but we're here for each other.
That's a fact.
We support each other.
You're not my family. Not crazy.
No, I was saying that I confirm that she's on.
I love these ladies, and we may not get along. We may get on each other's, but
fact.
I support these ladies. Love their families. Pray for their families, actually. These are two wonderful mothers. I'm just going to put the praise on y'all. I know First Lady rolling her eyes. These are great ladies, y'all. These are great people. So, anywho, back to you, sis.
Yeah, so do that, and then also Jen and myself and Lady, depending on what her schedule looks like on Sunday, and Reform are going to do the books again. And the book that was chosen, I don't know if Jen told you, 'cause she hit me up.
Yeah, she did. I love Dr. Jen. Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
So the book that was chosen Sunday is Obama. We're trying to keep it within interest or somewhat with politics, but I'll tell you which one. Because there was 2 books we looked at. Let me see what she said.
Prepare to get sick of us.
No, it's Dreams from My Father. That's the one. It was Dreams from My Father. And it's 1 chapter. We're going to do, because each of those chapters, his chapters so long. With the audibles, each chapter is approximately, I think the longest is like 15 minutes. There are about 40 some odd minutes, and there'll be breaks in between to talk about something's coming out of the book. And that'll be, I think, she had to start that room around, because your room starts at what time your room starts again?
My room starts at 6:30. And
6:30, and she wanted to start at 5.
Yeah, and just have a nice clean play the art. And I think that would be a nice chill thing. And Sunday, I know a lot of people, because I used to do my space for years at 6:30 on Sundays, because everybody, nice little chill combo listening to that. So I'm looking forward to that too. So yeah, we're excited, y'all. We're excited. But we made some great connections on this app. Have you ever made at least a couple of great connections? All the time we spend on here, we're all addicted to this app like little baby crackheads. The good kind of crackheads, though, not the bad ones. So, yeah, we've made some great connections, ladies. So we definitely want to keep positive, good content going because it blesses us too, So thank y'all for helping to bless me and bless us.
And hopefully Lisa is busy at around that time, so she can add her anecdotal. These clients, you know how she likes to explain something. It's funny as hell.
And Dr. Jen is really cool, y'all. Her background and stuff is super cool. So, yeah. Oh, we just feeling the love. Where is First Lady so we can hear that melodious voice? We need a song.
But Lady, you on? Lady. I think she's here on PTR like I used to be. And then, because she had something to do tonight. Hence why she was driving. And then Deborah, if she's not busy, she'll be there too. Right, Deborah?
That's right. Y'all know I'm slow coming on tonight. I didn't know about the room, but I'm looking forward to that meeting.
No, we were still trying to work out the book situation because it was this book, that book, and I was like, yo, it's got to be something that people resonate with. And we know a majority of our room is black, and then we have to also look at so I know a lot of people don't like Beaver, a lot of people don't like Matt Cool, but they have supported us in every room, no matter what room I've been in, they'll be there attacking me in the chat, but it's fine, they show up. No matter how bad things get, they show up to be my enemy. And guess what? They're still here. Right now, they're here. And they have their own goddamn room. So, it's when we wanted to use a book that would be something that they could listen to and probably get some information that could maybe help them change their stance. So, yeah.
Shout out to and that cool. They are pretty cool magazine, at least to me so far.
I wanted to give flowers to Reformed as well, because over years, I sit and listened to her rooms and rooms that she was in speaking. You guys should really listen, to what she's got to say about a few things. It has really made a difference in my life. So, I mean, just small changes, but big differences. So, flowers to her, and I wish you the very best. I'm not going to be able to come this Sunday, because my ass is going to be in Cabo, but I will be next weekend. So, I definitely give you your flowers for that. Thank you.
Oh, Penny, come up. So we're gonna do. I know you love educational rooms. So we're gonna start our book club back up again because we stopped, and we're gonna start doing Sundays at 5 o'clock. Where we're going. The book we're gonna use for the next couple of weeks. Takes forever to get through these books. We're gonna use Dreams from My Father. That's Barack Obama. You already know. I don't know why I'm saying that. It's from everybody knows that's from. We're gonna do one chapter at a time, and it's gonna be on Sunday. So I think it's gonna take us about 2 months to finish that book, but one chapter at a time on Sundays, right before Reform does her financial flowers. Guys, not financial flowers anymore.
I'm there. Just tell me.
Her money markets and power room.
Money markets and power.
My bad, my phone cut out. I typed the book in the chat. I'll order it today. We're gonna start this Sunday.
This Sunday. So we're actually how we do it, Penny, because you weren't here back in the past. Somebody didn't monitor home. In the past, how we did it was whether they had the book or not, we just told them what the book was, and we played the audible. So I got credits. I get my credits, my audibles, and we play the book. We mean whatever like the 7 day chapters were quick. We can go through 3 or 4 chapters a day. With Obama's book, we're only going to be able to do 1 chapter. One chapter is about minutes. Each chapter max is 50. And we talk about chapters while we play the audible, but we break it down. You know how we break down a lot of 10 minutes. Talk about that first 10 minutes, what people got, or how they interpret it, so we can come up with some good information, and then go into the next 10 minutes. But it'll be 1 chapter. 1 chapter on Sundays at 5 o'clock in political, and then we'll move whatever we have as a crowd over to Money Markets and Power, so that Reform can talk to people about trust. She has special people that'll come in the room that'll help you if you got questions about certain things that you're investing in. And then basic teaching of basic stock teaching, just basic teaching. Something as simple as her having a conversation with me back in the days about, you got this why haven't you set this up and that up? And I was like, And then I came back the next week and was like, oh, I found it where I can do it for free to the military. It's just simple things that you can learn from her and that you may not have in play in case there was some type of accident that happened to you, because shit happened in this range.
Oh yeah, we talk about everything from budgeting to how to invest to.
Before I have a favor to ask.
Everything.
It's not for me. This is for someone else.
Oh hey Penny.
Hey babe, a metaverse friend of mine just lost her dad, and her, how do I say this? His life insurance lapsed, and so.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's not good. And so, well, I can only do so much, and she's been asking kind of for help and whatnot. And what I was thinking was maybe if you could do a room on awareness. I asked her if she was okay with the vulnerability of using her story in hopes of maybe just getting some support. I think she said she only needs $1,800 more. It's not a lot. But basically kind of just making spreading awareness on how to keep up with things like that. What you need, and then what we need to do as adults with older parents, sort of thing. So I wanted to connect with you, see if you were open to that. And then this this has nothing to do with me. She'll come in, she'll explain her story, and then maybe 100 people are in the room. We all get $10-$15. She can bury her dad because she can't even grieve right now. It's just
that sounds like we can also do that in IGB. You know, those crazy people in IGB be real generous.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
But definitely, yeah, y'all. I have had estate planning attorneys. One of my main mods used to be an estate planning attorney out of Florida. I've had CFPs. I've had people, and yeah, because I just remind y'all that we're all gonna die, and we have to take care of the people that are living. That's like my main focus. It's not really investing. So, absolutely, Penny. I am so sorry to your friends, and if you give me the information, you know, I'm happy to help out a little. But I'll also let Lou know, because that would be a great. Sometimes I just like to do things, y'all, to reach out to more people. But in my spaces, y'all know that I've met 100 people personally on the app, just from social groups, and also just business stuff, right? And plus, everybody and their mama seems to be from Houston or come through Houston on Clubhouse at some point in time. It's California, Texas, and New York must be at least in the Clubhouse for some reason. But I probably, honestly, y'all talk to at least probably 1,000 people. I don't tell. Um, Penny is someone I've had conversations with. I never say that, but Penny does, right? So I don't tell people's business. I'm still a fiduciary, y'all. You can Google me if you want to. Good luck finding me. It's not a challenge. Y'all leave me alone. Y'all not gonna mess up, you know, my business with them people. So I don't trust you Negroes like that. But y'all can trust me. So I don't care if I cuss you out to the Dickens. If you reach out to me like Nikki, you know, da 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 da. I'm always happy to have a conversation with somebody. Y'all know that. Like, seriously. So definitely, Penny. I probably talked to at least 1,000 people during the duration of the entire app, because I do this off the app too, y'all. I love to mentor. I go to resources. I talk about this stuff a lot because I believe in it. I love it personally and professionally. So I'm always happy to be a resource for y'all. I actually love being a resource. It's part of like my happy place, to be perfectly honest. So just putting that message out there. Thank you, Patty, for letting me address it. And sure, Penny, I'll text you, and I'm happy to speak to your friend. Because this is something that happens a lot, y'all. A lot of us are Gen X. We're in the sandwich generation. I personally shared how my father had a stroke. And with everything being in place, the powers of attorney, the documents, y'all, it was like, I had to pull over on the road to Louisiana and I, because it's like, holy shit, it's happening. Like, none of that, you don't think about none of that shit. It's like, oh my God, ooh, I'm tearing up now. Thank God my father is fine. Everything is okay. But it's like, that's why we have to talk about it, because when the reality hits, the fucking reality hits. You're not going to be like, oh, I'm so happy we have the POA. You're going to be bawling your eyes out because you get that call that something has happened to your parents, and God forbid something happens to our children. So thank y'all for allowing me to have this PSA. Get your shit together. That's all. And I'm happy to help you get your shit together. So back to the stage.
The room. She's let me see if she'll come on stage. Okay, there she is. Christy, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, y'all. This was the friend I was just telling y'all about that's just dealing with a very unfortunate circumstance. Mickey, if you guys connect and do a room or something, that'd be great. I'll definitely be there to support. And if there's anything you guys can do, tap in with her. I'm gonna be quiet and let y'all do your.
Wait, I'm happy to meet you. Nick, do you keep going on about this? I don't just have a high school diploma. I don't have a Series 66. You have been perpetuating this for years. And I have people that are in real investing rooms, sir. Do you not know that Marcus Vintage? Marcus is in my room, sir. You're literally in a telegram with Marcus. So you're saying Marcus doesn't come in my rooms? Marcus is a mod in my rooms, boo-boo. Do you want to speak to that? You just said no one who goes into real investing rooms doesn't know Miki. I have Marcus's number. Do you want me to ping him in here? Because you're in Marcus's telegram, sweetheart. Do you have anything to say now?
Who, Marcus Bowers?
No, Vintage Marcus.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, Marcus that has. Oh, and of course I know Marcus Bowers.
Right.
So you got anything to say now, Nick? Anything to say now? Are you trying to say that Marcus prays on the? Because y'all, he goes saying this, him and Beaver, which is why I have Beaver blocked. Just because I read his ass like about the economy, like season 2, and he's been going around saying shit like this. I don't charge people for my information, but you cat got your tongue, Nick?
You need to block him.
No, because I love these opportunities. Cat got your tongue. Him and Beaver go in these because Beaver is just in love with me so much. So, Cat got your tongue, Nick? Huh? Yeah, I'm gonna screenshot this and send it to Vintage. Uh-huh. Yeah. Whatever, Craig Kid. Ooh, child, you little mega racists get on my nerves. I actually mentioned to Vintage that you were in his spaces. And you know what he told me? He was like, Beaver is a A1. He was like, you behave in those spaces. Because, yeah, I told him how you were a mega person and you call people the N-word. So you're tolerated in those spaces with the black man, sweetheart. Yeah. Oh, you didn't know that? You didn't pay attention when I joined the Telegram? Yeah, I just had to tell him about himself, y'all. Talking about don't go to me. And what are you going to do, crackhead?
I want to let y'all know, Nugget's a white man. And I got beef with Nugget.
I thought you were talking about my dog.
Leave Nugget alone. I am talking about Nugget. I can't stand it.
Leave him alone. He didn't do nothing to.
Leave my dog alone.
And also, so just because somebody only has a high school diploma, don't we have like tons of people who are like college dropouts?
Yeah, Mickey doesn't have a high school diploma.
Yeah, but that's in the same. I would that
Teacher
Yeah, I do not just have a high school diploma.
That's crazy.
Before Mickey, this is not towards you ever, just in general, right? Trying to insult somebody by saying, "Oh, you just have a high school diploma." Like, I only have a high school diploma, but that doesn't mean I want to put that.
No, but this is Nick.
But we're not gonna minimize the black woman's accomplishments, right? Me personally,
you're right.
That and it's no shade to you, Katrina, at all. For me, if somebody has a PhD, don't come here and plan. And I'm not saying Mickey does. What I'm saying is, Mickey doesn't have just a high school diploma. First of all, she's pledged a sorority. You cannot do that unless you have some type of college experience. Right, Mickey?
Yeah, no, I've been very open because we've all been together since season 1. But y'all, this man, I literally went off on him about something that he didn't know anything about because he's supposed to be a CPA. He was giving misinformation. Y'all know how I am. It was in one of those rooms. I read his ass. I think it was like Roger's room back in the day. And ever since then, so Beaver tells people that I work for, let's see, which if I did, who cares? If that I work for like H&R Block doing tax returns. I don't hate on people that have jobs. Jobs are jobs, right? So, yeah. I'm like,
you know,
but no, you see how he's quiet?
This is how retarded people are.
Crackhead.
There's nothing wrong with you just having a high school diploma and going forward and getting a job because it's okay, right? College ain't for everybody. Sometimes we just can't afford it. Sometimes we're not. No one has taught us what is out there for like furthering our education and what's available to you. But one thing I do know about me, and y'all, if anybody is in anything when it comes to whether you're in some other sorority or you're part of the Divine Nine, she hasn't changed her name. That's her real name. It's too easy. If somebody wanted to clap her, they would have been clapped her. On. She got sisters on the app that could have been outed her.
No, we have had those discussions. Everybody knows season 1, we all had our damn resumes, our LinkedIn profiles. Everybody remembers. Thank y'all, I'm fine, but I have gone toe-to-toe with this fool. He always says this dumb shit. Let me tell you something else, Nick, since you've been hating on securities licensed individuals. Donald Trump, because he's a felon, couldn't take a fucking Series 66. And I have a Series 65, crackhead, get it straight. The Series 66 is a combination of the 63 and 65. I dare you to come up here and challenge me on any fucking thing, because you already know that. In one of my rooms, I had 3 estate planning attorneys. 3. You want to Google them too, motherfucker? Like, I'm tired of you. No, bring this shit on, because I hate this shit. Nobody who knows me, who talks to me, believe your little goofy ass, so you're the only one looking stupid going and saying this stupid shit, crackhead. I literally had Vintage yesterday, Patty, the person he says no one who knows
sit down. Done.
1,000 times. But
Using
This is like public knowledge. Y'all know that DARPA actually showed.
Good stuff.
That improper.
Means that God gives His Spirit. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abrahadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. Mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. 6, I bear the rose and cross of life and light, abracadabra, giving the sign at each and abracadabra, remaining in time, vocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. Abracadabra.
You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew.
That vibe, that's the most important. A lot of us talk, but listen, people do a lot outside of you. And to me, they're just being characters. But the real is who you are when you're with your significant other. And are you a person of chaos or a person of calm?
Lord, let me ask you a question. Why you have to? When you be going out with people, right? Like, let's just say we was out partying and stuff. You was out with us. If we was like, I don't know, probably at the bar buying like 2 or 3 drinks, would you come up to the bar and be like, guys, it's too much, okay? It's too much, guys. Would you do that the whole night?
I would just leave because one thing I'm not going to do is be in a public. No, I'm just, listen, for me, I like peace and I like calm. I'm not a chaotic person, chaos. I don't want arguments. I like peace, that's it.
Yeah, but do you understand that people can go to a second, get drunk and have nothing but peace and fun all night? I mean,
mean, I say filthy drunk. Let me take that away because that's out. But I'm saying, like, yeah, but I'm saying, say you come out, find this room without, and you were invited, and you came out, and we all having dinner, whatever we're doing. We're at a little lounge, chill spot, safe environment, no ghetto shit, right? Everybody chilling, and then say, I'm like, hey, I got the first round, right? I get around, and then say, Phyllis.
Have all been on this. He's doing another one like this week.
Why is he debating a mentally ill?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's kind of like abuse almost.
That's what everybody tells me. That's what everybody thinks.
John made a new account called Ayn Rand. That's crazy.
It's kind of old now.
Oh, John, is that you in the audience?
He's the type of atheist who have room for arguments or reasoning. You're more like the scientistic type of guy.
Oh my God, Tim, he's not. Like, trust me, he's not.
CM is the scientist. We would say he's in the category of the scientism. To him,
this is why.
This is crazy.
No such
It's
thing as
crazy how much these people always think so highly of PhD
because for you,
students.
knowledge is based on science.
Not a PhD student.
You're
Doctor, professor.
You're not a professor. Being a professor, you need a fucking tenureship.
Oh, hey, I'm a senior lecturer.
You're just a professor to admit to it.
He's a mathematician.
Tim, I know that, but he's like at the same time.
Hello? Somebody in the flat earth called me that. I'm gonna change my name from CM to Doctor Professor.
Okay, do whatever you want. Nobody cares.
Your voice is
You're
gonna
still
give you
a
away.
retard.
Well, I'm just like
Tim, like I swear he's not that. He's not that what you think he is. I understand. Once you're in academia, you would understand.
I've had, like, I don't need anybody to tell me about my.
Well, apparently you don't know.
We had enough. Well, when I don't know, I would say I don't know the experience.
Why do I have so many fans? I kind of like at first.
Why I have so many fans? Like I'm a fucking gossip girl, and then everyone gets upset with me when I make gossip about people. But then I don't know why everyone so upset with me.
Again, Fatima literally follows me around. YouTube.
We were here before you came in.
No, I know. Well, because
you were in our room the whole day. You were in my own room.
Fuck up, man. Fucking annoying bitch.
Yeah,
You're gonna get blocked.
Block me. Do it. I don't give a shit.
Alright.
Abby.
You're getting blocked, man.
Oh, thank God. Thank fucking God. I literally begged God, like, let's see him, please block me.
You sound like a woman scorned.
See, God exists. It literally gives me.
You sound like a woman scorned, Abby.
If you want me to attack you, just ask me.
Why would you have to attack me? That's what
If you want that, I can do it, and you will not shut up afterwards. I can literally handle everyone in this room, so.
You don't have to attack anyone. You can just say, you know what? No, I'm not. Or, you know what? I am, and that's why I'm going to attack you too.
No, I prefer to attack.
Whoever it was, don't worry. One door shuts, another one opens.
Exactly.
So whoever he was, forget about him. Let him go.
Hey, Fatima, are you there?
I'm literally biting my tongue.
I'm on to something,
You should be grateful I'm biting my tongue.
I'm on to
Because
something.
if I didn't, like, you would like also block me.
No, don't hold on to it.
Well, you want me to be honest?
Is it she? He? Am I wrong with the gender?
Listen, I'm the libertarian, so
You want me to be
you've got me
honest?
convinced.
No, not right
Okay, I would say so.
Other views. Christian,
Homophobic, like everything.
Hey, she keeps it real. It's all right. Just keep it real.
I wouldn't call it keep it.
I will always keep it real.
Keep it authentic. We're online. She's not in the job interview with me. I'm not looking to hire her. men, don't they get their virgins or something like that?
Yes, they do. Being a man is a blessing. Being a woman is just pure agony, pure pain. Yeah.
Okay, straight up with that.
Suffering. There's nothing good about being a woman. So I don't understand why Piper wants to become a woman, when you're blessed. It's XY.
Because it only benefits you when you're a man to be that fucking pathetic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about the Muslim world, of course. Me as a Muslim,
Oh, you're a Muslim?
Apparently I am, according to CM. So yeah, I'm gonna LARP this one now.
Fucking Muslim. I've never heard you espouse any kind of Muslim rhetoric, not once.
Oh, I used to troll on this app as a Muslim.
But there is a judgment.
Why would you do that?
I don't know.
Is it non-refundable?
It was like an ongoing
ticket.
troll back in the days when I was holding
Like get 50% face value.
He was calling me Palestinian and he was Israel. So that's why I became quote unquote Muslim. But not really.
For a rich man to end of heaven.
And continue the role play. But yeah.
Now, Andrew, you so God. You're in another room. Who's that home? No, this is
What?
I hear somebody hot mic.
Oh, yeah. I'm watching fucking Sam Shimon react to fucking Andrew Wilson basically criticizing the shit out of fucking David Wood. And David Wood is fucking getting burnt.
The obvious, by just bringing it up right away. So bringing it up.
He doesn't even know what eschatology is, so he's getting fucking cooked by Andrew Wilson, fucking asking him all these questions about what his views are on Christianity is, and it just seems like he's pointing out that basically David Wood is a grifter. So his content revolves around
Has he ever given these more advice?
Oh, you gotta face him. Pay for it.
Yeah, I'm still doing the fucking fight for America. I don't think your fat ass can climb a fucking molehill.
What? And to make it real.
That's scary. So do you, seriously, just tell me, do you really work there?
I'm 50 years old. 23.
در قبالش ایران حمله موشکی پهپادی میکنه خیلی گسترده به اسرائیل که اسرائیل جواب بیاد بده جلوشو میگیره بایدن. So that's the end of the salvo. Finished. End of the point. Finished. تموم شد.
Symbolically, that makes it the same vibe as climate change activism. High civilization, high Western civilization. I mean, it's the technology that you just get. I mean, it comes out of a war, it comes out of the military. It's this just extraordinary feat of scientific ingenuity and blood, sweat,
if you keep zoning out mid-conversation and forgetting what people just said, the next 30 seconds will change your life. I'm 43, and my manager says I have the best memory on the team. I started 5 minutes a day a month ago.
These left-wing religions is essentially an anti-civilization view that
My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, and now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can start believing. Wisdom of God. Now it's touches of stay rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in a hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. I'm thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold me close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. If I tremble, stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to
First
release
casualty!
what I cannot hold with you. Tend my mind.
Second casualty!
Wisdom of God is now joy. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still